Guys, I've got bad news. Really bad. I'm afraid that the right has developed a game that will end wokeness. And game journalists are reportedly seething right now. It's a whole other world out there. It's over. It's true, we don't really have a response to that. How y'all doing? Understood entering my Nazi arc? Yeah. Happens to the best of us. Why is there no noise? Isn't that weird? Shouldn't there be a noise? There's like, you hear like ambient noise, like with the waves crashing, but you don't hear like a boing? There should be some kind of boing. Who actually plays shit like that? I don't know. I actually don't understand people who play horny games. For one, judging from what I see in the Steam listings, most of them are terrible. But also, like, I don't know, man. When I'm playing game, okay, I know there's a lot of fantasizing on the subject, like mixing the two topics because it's a big fantasy for like gamer nerds. But when I'm playing a video game, I don't really want to be like horny, I guess. Like I can be horny in the sense of like I'm playing Nier Automata and I think, oh, 2B is hot because of course she is, right? But I don't want to be like, oh my god, I'm so distracted by her body, I have to come now. Like I'm playing a video game. I like if I wanted to, I could set the controller down and like jerk off or have sex or something. I don't understand why. Like I'm. I mod a subreddit about horny games AMA. That's fascinating. That's fascinating. I love how different people are. Also, A2 is more hot than 2B. Racist. A2 is more white than 2B, spiritually. Can someone explain to me why we're looking at this butt, please? Oh, sorry, you're more of a tits man. There we go. My apologies, gotta mix it up. I'm more of an ass guy personally, but... Boing. Oh, wait. There we go. Oh my god, 50. I haven't even said anything funny yet. Holy shit. Well, I'll get the dono soon. That is a literal kid face. Okay, okay, dial it back, woke lords, okay? I'm the first one to point out the problem that anime has with their depictions of kids. This is like this is an anime chick. If you really think that this is meant to look like a 13-year-old, I have no idea what world you're living in, okay? Vosh, she's literally 6. You're right. You're right, and I'm sorry. How long before some right-wing weirdo complains that the body type is chubby and unattractive? One of the funniest dynamics to me, in terms of like right-wing body shaming of women, is that it's almost exclusively engaged in by people who are performative grifters and by virgins. Because the moment you actually like have sex and have a loving girlfriend or wife or whatever, you don't look at a girl's tummy and go, oh, that's gross. Instead, you're like, oh, well, that's nice. You know, because the moment it becomes real and tangible, you're like, well, obviously all that hatred was fake bullshit. I think that's hot. Remember that one post where Jordan B. Peterson said that it was like woke bullshit that there was a model who was chubby, and there was a guy who was very upvoted in the reply, and he was like, Mr. Peterson, I've often agreed with you, but I have to disagree on this one. The body type that you're insulting here is very similar to the one of my wife, and I love my wife. Like, Jordan Peterson was arguing like only the woke left like forces you to enjoy this like a size 8 body type or whatever, you know? That's kind of nice. I'm glad that that guy's love for his wife sort of like overrided the conservative group thing for a little bit. I, for one, am not attracted to skeletons. I just think, for me personally, my line is just I want people to look healthy. And there are some healthy fat people. Okay, there are some fat people who are like fucking robust, and it looks like they get their nutrients, and they're strong, and they can run. They're not winded after going up one flight of stairs, and it's like, okay, well, there you go. For me, it's like a health thing. There's obviously an upper cap where if you're too fat or too skinny, I guess, or like upper and lower cap, like it's pretty much guaranteed to affect your health. But there are lots of people, like, for me, this is like the big, okay, you know, the like Discord daddy stereotyping or whatever. Don't worry about that, kitten. Yay. That the old genre of Tumblr posting where they would put like a white twink who weighed 90 pounds in a suit, and he would do like the come hither motion, and people would be like, "Oh my God, that's so hot." There's a fetishization not just of skinniness, but of this like rakish, skinny, fat, never touched a weight in your life kind of body that I find repulsive. Everyone should exercise. Everyone on earth should exercise. And if you can't because of disability, that sucks, but you get that's your hall pass, right? You don't want to fuck Skeletor? Well, Skeletor is healthy. He's like built, you know? We intend to stick figures? No, but like some people are healthy and they kind of look like sticks. Like I've been with people who work out and eat a decent amount. Like they eat like a robust amount and they just are 92 pounds. It's crazy. It couldn't be me. Couldn't fucking be me. But it's definitely not it wasn't them starving themselves. Like that's all that matters to me. Like, do you look healthy? Okay. There you go. What matters is that everyone is having a good time. Literally me, I eat a ton but still look like a twig. Yeah, metabolisms vary a lot. Calories in, calories out is true when it comes to dieting. It's just like thermodynamically, that is how it works. But people have different metabolisms and different appetites. So there are some people with a slow metabolism and a strong appetite who can feel like they are under eating unless they get 3K calories. But they only burn like 1800 ambiently. So life's hard for them if they want to lose weight. And then there are people who just naturally have very high metabolisms. The furnace is always running. They tend to run very hot, and they're not that hungry. So they have to eat a lot just to not wither and die, basically. Yeah, it's that's life. Excuse me. It's so hard to gain weight. I wish I had that problem. But it goes both ways, right? Like I used to think, oh, it kind of sucks that like I'm not naturally skinny because I'm not, you know. But then other people have been like, yeah, but you're fucking naturally built. Like you're 6'2" with a broad chest. Like you're stronger by default than a lot of people would be after working out for a year. And I think that honestly, that's not very much comfort when I want to fit into size 32 trousers. But I understand that there are different, you know, everyone has different priorities. Because if I could fit into size 32 trousers but couldn't bench press 80 pounds, I would probably be like, what the fuck? I would gladly take a few inches on my waist if I was naturally stronger. It's rough. I'm naturally built. My brother's naturally skinny. It's pretty weird. Yeah, same. Excuse me. You can lift 180. Like bench press 180 right now. It because of my chest injury. If I didn't have the chest injury and you gave me a week, probably yeah. If the with the chest injury, I have no idea. But that's different to the strength. What was your max deadlift when you were younger? It was like 405, 415 or something like that. Um, something like that, I think. A lot of good clothing brands offer 33 ducking creepers. I can lift 150. Lift what? Like deadlift? Both, Lamel Zabron. Both. Both are important to me. Excuse me. I'm naturally built 6'3", 3.5, 36. Okay, motherfucker. If you're 6'3", you do not need to be throwing 6'3", 3.5 up there, okay? Come on. You don't need, when you're looking down from the clouds, you don't need to be adding decimal points to your height, all right? Sit the fuck down, all right? That person's definitely only 5'11". I'm in no place to talk. I'm not 6'2". I'm like 6'1 3/4. Every time I measure, I'm consistently just a hair below 6'2". So, but I'm not gonna tell you that. That's a secret. Oh, you're small. Yeah, I know. I'm a fucking bottom now. Why is nobody reporting the full unread Epstein list that was leaked to Twitter last night? It has Trump's name fully uncensored. Not to take the spectacle away, but it's not leaked. Those were court documents that were uncensored a long time ago. They were only released censored by Pam Bondi after Trump's second term began, but those court documents came from Epstein's trial. They were redacted for a time, but released to the public some years ago. The fact that Trump comes up in those files is not a secret. I mean, of course, I guess it is to right wingers, but it's not like it's not new information that's been leaked. The question is, did Epstein ever have a real client list? Which he probably didn't have a client list. He probably had like a huge pile of blackmail, right? Like, I doubt Epstein literally had a big document that said, and here are all the people that have done child sex trafficking on my island. You know, like, probably not like that. It was probably, you know, blackmail in a variety of forms. Yeah, but who knows? I thought you were like 5 foot, not gonna lie. I think that I get that sometimes. When I was out the other day at Pride, somebody was like, oh my God, I thought you were shorter. And I think it's because of my camera angle, because my camera is a little bit higher than my head sometimes. But doesn't Hassan do the same thing? Hassan's camera also angles down. A lot of people angle it level, but he also angles his down. Maybe the fact, like maybe the knowledge that Hassan is very tall is just so widely spread that he has a higher FOV, I think. That is true. I keep my FOV like standard. If I widen the frame a little bit, I think it would give the impression of scope a little bit more. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's true. His head being small does also proportionally enlarge him. Do you prefer tall men? Me? I think tall people are pretty attractive. I don't know. I'm fair about it. I've been with tall and short people. I don't really, not that biased. Look, the most important thing that you can do to endear yourself to me in that respect, okay, is that you need to have your shit together, like aesthetically. It's not really about being tall or short. You just have to convey like a kind of strength of character. And I think that appearing healthy is a big part of that, you know? I think it's difficult to convey strength of character when you are wheezing after one flight of stairs, you know? Yeah, you have to have aura. And I mean that too. If like if you know how to like convey yourself, I think that goes like a very long way. Very long way. Of course, I still find some traits more or less attractive than others, but for the most part, I think that's the important thing. That's true. People do love Vegeta. Living in a building with no elevator and walking everywhere has kept me healthy my whole life. It's so OP. Yeah, my legs and ass were huge when I was in university at Humboldt, because the campus is very hilly, and to get up to the Soak building, up on the 4th floor, you have to walk up a big flight of stairs. And it's on a hill, so you have to like climb the hill and then go up the stairs. Is making your bed attractive? Yes. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Having your shit together is attractive. 100%. Yeah. Working on it, boss. I'm trying to shave every morning. I got that Panasonic Arc 5, the like foil razor that gets a really, really, really close shave. It's like a nice, because I've been using the same trimmer, like beard trimmer, for 6 years, and it's dog shit. It's like when I use it to cut to the skin, because I can't use razors because my skin's really sensitive. It leaves like 2 millimeters of hair sticking out. It just did not do its job. So I got a really nice one, and now every morning I'm trying to shave my my neck and my and my cheeks, you know? This gives you a nice thing to do in the morning, you know what I mean? Like get your routine on. Is it as close of a shave as a safety razor? Nothing's going to get you as close of a shave as a safety razor, no. But it's damn close. I mean, it's close enough that when I use the foil razor and I rub against the grain, it almost feels like smooth. Like when I rub against the grain, it feels like maybe 6 to 12 hours of growth after a safety razor. Yeah, you have to do it every day though, because it doesn't work as well if the hairs are a little longer. Nuts. Straight edge razors can be, but they're much more dangerous to use. Can I be real with you guys? The straight edge razor trend is Reddit core. Like, you really are not getting that much better of an experience with a fancy straight razor and the shaving cream and so on than you would be if you just used modern, cheap, disposable razors. It's like, they're cool, and I have nothing against that. I mean, look at the clothes that I wear, right? Like, I certainly don't think everything that you own and use has to be like maximum cost utility. If it brings you joy, just don't believe that it's like I would never argue that the benefit of wearing a $60 t-shirt is that it'll last longer than a $5 one, because a $5 t-shirt will probably last like years. It's not really about the durability, it's about the experience of wearing it or using it. It's like the Arc 5 Dark Race Victim. It was like 200, but from the reviews, it's going to last a long time. So I think it's cool. Like cost benefit wise. When I was in college, I was so pretentious. I walked up 7 flights of stairs to my apartment and scoffed at anyone who used the elevator. Good for my glutes, bad for my social life. I feel like that's a tendency for a lot of young people, right? Like you feel like you always have to prove yourself to the world and to other people. But maturing is realizing that you're not that special, and that the best way to demonstrate that you are special in the times that you are is by having like a measured attitude towards other people. Also, it makes you look a tryhard, right? Where's your obscenely large water bottle? I'm always ready. God, the fucking coffee is sticking up my throat. I'm waiting for the coffee to be done to... It is extremely large. It's just a gym water bottle. But if I just had a regular, like, 2-liter water bottle, then I would have to refill it 3 times a day, and I don't want to do that. That's fucking annoying. Why is being a tryhard considered bad, seen as performative? Because it's bad to be a tryhard for the benefit of other people. Because it makes you look like, well, like a tryhard, I guess. It makes you look like you're trying to one up other people. It's not graceful, you know. But trying hard in the sense of like putting your all into something, you should do that with fucking everything, man. You know, like if you want to put the effort in, that's why I like people who make their bed. There's nothing I can't stand more than people who are the opposite of try hard. They're performatively try soft, right? Like they're like, well, what's the point, you know? Fuck you. You're gonna be dead one day. You want to reflect on this shit? What did you spend your life doing? Put your effort in, okay? Engage with some hobbies. Find people. Jesus Christ. Quit legitimizing depressive behavior. Like, if you're like that because you're depressive, that's one thing. But if you're like that because you're trying to imitate the emotional consequences of the depressive disorder, but you don't even feel that way, like you're fine, like, put some fucking effort in, you lazy piece of shit. That's crazy, Funny Grant. That sounds like OCD behavior to me. Drinking 6 to 8 40-ounce Hydro Flask bottles every day. That's crazy. You have to... no disrespect to your ex, but you have to have something wrong with you to want to drink that much water. That hurts. Picking up an instrument is a great way to build confidence. No offense, Vosh. Why would that offend me? Guess because you're not a music guy? I wish I could sing. Then sing, dipshit? I do. I wish I could sing well. Sorry, there you go. Do antidepressants affect your thirst? I think they affect you in a bunch of ways. All right, what are we on? What are we talking about? I'm so fucking happy I never went on Jubilee, man. Jesus Christ. This is the yet another example of me being a centrist because I wouldn't fit into either crowd. Every Jubilee episode is like Hitler versus Jew. You gotta legitimize anorexia like this, man. Well, not legitimize anorexia, I guess. More like, I don't know. What the hell would they even disagree on? Yeah, like, I don't... so are they talking about their experiences, or is it like they're arguing that it's better? Because that's fucking cursed, if so. What do you... Like... they're like, you can't wipe your ass, and they're like, well, your hair's falling out. I don't like, what do you... I don't understand what the... That's fucking crazy. Having cancer versus having AIDS ass debate. Oh, but by the way, I'll take a side. Rather be obese than anorexic. Rather have too many nutrients than too few. You can do like serious long-term... well, you can do serious long-term damage in both cases, but like as a general rule, you probably want to have too many nutrients rather than too little. Again, it depends, you know. Yeah, you'll survive the winter. Exactly, exactly. If I recall correctly, it's a lot easier to shed fat than build muscle from scratch. I mean, if you're starting from like a point of being very fat, yeah, sometimes you see those transformation videos and it's like 6 months later, 97 pounds down. It's like, okay, fucking, it's like half my weight or whatever. Also, obese just means BMI over 30. Obese, secret, obese doesn't actually mean anything. It doesn't mean, it's not like a meaningful distinction. Obese might as well say super duper fat. Like it's not like a meaningful medical distinction. You've got overweight and you've got not overweight, you know. It's just like the scary term for big overweight. These videos are just for people to watch to say, thank God I'm not either of them. It's the same reason people watch black pill videos to think, man, I'm so much better than these people. Yeah, I guess that's true to a large extent. It's just that, like, I don't know. I don't think there are that many people online who are like, more people should be fat. My mental disorder makes me want to be fat. Yum, yum, yum. But there are seemingly a lot of like 16-year-old girls online who want to look like skeletons. I don't know. I feel like there's a difference in the way these things manifest. It's like a community difference. I don't know. I don't know. The pro ED community is still strong. Yeah, they used to be a big thing on Tumblr. I guess now it's on Twitter. I guess it's everywhere. I don't fucking know. Opinion on BMI? It's pseudoscience. It doesn't mean anything. I feel like the biggest eating disorder group these days is young men, and they're insane, like 0% body fat, super big and muscular stuff. To an extent, but how much does that actually, like, I don't know. I feel like anorexia has a death toll. I don't know how much this stuff manifests in men. I mean, it does, but like, excuse me. I don't know. I don't know. It's difficult. I've never really had like an eating disorder. I've never been a very addictive. Well, addictive's not the right word. I don't think because I'm obsessive, definitely. But that's usually pretty temporary. That's just like, damn, I crunched the fuck out of those Terraria achievements. Um, I've never really like interacted with anything the way that people with EDs interact with food, I guess. So I don't really get it personally. It seems like it really fucking sucks. Not compulsive. Yeah, not compulsive. There you go. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Like I'll go like, damn, I fucking love this shit. Yum yum. But it's not a I never feel this like overwhelming urge to do anything except for like be cool. I guess I'm always feeling that one. It's rough. I don't know. Seems difficult. Do you consider diabetes from obesity and dying from heart disease via food consumption death from obesity? I guess the difference to me, and maybe I'm totally wrong on this, but the difference to me is that in order to be anorexic or bulimic, like that is a mental disorder. But you can be overweight without having a disorder in the sense that like you engage with food badly. You can just eat tasty, yummy food, yum yum, and then you end up fat because food is loaded with butter or whatever, high fructose corn syrup. Like it's possible to, so like it's possible to have the same attitude towards food that I guess a normal person has, and then eat too much and get really fat, I think. Whereas I think you have to be disordered to limit your eating to the point that you become super underweight. I think that like biologically we're driven to eat because it's how we live. So there needs to be something wrong up here for you to be hungry and look at food and say, no, I don't want any when you're already starving. Whereas like there's not really as much of a mechanism to keep us from getting fat. Does that make sense? And like goldfish will just eat as much food as you put in the bowl. Cats will get fat if you feed them too much. I feel like just we're not biologically used to the abundance of food and the caloric density of food and how easy it is, how accessible it is. So you can get fat like by accident. I don't know if you can get anorexic by accident or like that underweight by accident. I guess it's possible. Probably less common though. But yeah, but binge eating is a disorder. Like that is a disordered eating thing, right? But I think most super fat people aren't like binge eaters, right? They probably just eat a lot of food and don't exercise enough. That'd be my guess, but I don't know. I don't know. Also too much soda. Yeah, too much soda. Maybe if you're really poor and skipping meals, but yeah, but that's not the same. That's not the same. It's tough. Not losing weight is difficult, you know? I don't know. Have you ever had soda? Yes, I've had soda, but I don't think I've ever drank like a full bottle of soda or a full can of soda. Um, I've had like a few sips. I never grew up drinking soda. I just drank water and sometimes lemonade. So honestly, when I drink soda, it immediately feels like I'm drinking battery acid. Like even at parties. Yeah, at parties I'd usually drink like alcohol. which didn't taste like battery acid. It usually tasted like sweet, yummy treats because I would go for the Jello shots or like the vodka with the with the simple syrup. Just wanted to say thanks. Got invited to hang out with friends and have a fire. I was going to say no because no transport, but I imagined you yelling at me and it somehow worked. I ended up biking for just under 2 hours to go and had a really good time. That fucking rules. That's awesome. I'm like the Luffy in your head. Like when I want to do something, but I feel like it'd be too tough, and Luffy yells at me and says, I'll never join the Straw Hat crew like that. Like I'm doing that to you, you know? That's great. What would Vosh do? Well, definitely not bike for 2 hours because I don't even know if I know how to ride a bicycle. Um, but something in that vein. What about your Peloton? Yeah, but the Peloton doesn't move. It's not really a balance issue. How do you feel about NL's Uma Musume arc? It seems cool. I'm glad he's having fun. Gotcha games are evil. I do like the gold horse. I've seen lots of good fan art of her. I like that a lot. I think that's pretty cool. The evil horse that drop kicks you. I think that's pretty cool. I would like to be an evil horse that drop kicks people. You should bike outside, way more fun than stationary. Yeah, man, rather than getting like a perfectly tuned, calibrated workout, I could dodge cars for 30 minutes. That's true. And get a sunburn. No, it's okay. I'm not really that outdoorsy of a person. My beautiful partner does try to take me on hikes, and in fairness, I kick ass when I'm on them. 4 or 5 hour hikes, several thousand elevation gain. But that's like special occasion stuff. But the wind in your hair? I hate the wind in my hair. I can't stand the feeling of hair on my forehead, which is why I always like push it back up and style it so that it doesn't touch my forehead. You shouldn't feel it through your helmet. Helmet? I see we got a bunch of pussies in chat. I don't want a brain injury. Wouldn't make much of a difference to me. At Vosh, you've lost a ton of weight. Yeah, looking to lose a little more though. I'm still a 36 waist, which means that my waist is actually 38 inches around. FYI, if you're buying men's sizing in America, they use vanity sizing for the waist. Whatever you think your waist size is, it's bigger. They lower the numbers across the board. They lower the numbers because they want to make you feel good. You're bigger than you think. Just men's? Well, women's sizing is different, right? They don't necessarily go by waist size. Often they go by like size. It's different. I'm just talking about men's clothes. So if you buy a pair of Japanese denim, get ready to size up to a 38 if you're a 36 is all I have to say. Why isn't size normalized everywhere? Vanity sizing, because they want to make you feel good, you know? because people in department stores realized that if you were trying on pants and everywhere it said, oh, 36, 36, 36, and then you went into their store and you fit into a 34, you'd be like, oh, I guess this is just the special pair of pants that fits my proportions perfectly and reveals the true waist size that I actually have. And then you would buy those. And they were correct. And now every single brand does it, except for like very niche, and foreign brands, of course, don't do it because they don't care as much. Also, everyone in Japan's skinny anyway, so who cares? Is that the same at stores like Uniqlo? I'm not sure if Uniqlo does it. My guess would be that they do. So this is a uniquely American thing. They might do it in Europe. I just live in America, so. Also, like you can tell, by the way, if you ever go to a vintage mall and you try on a pair of vintage Levi's from the 80s or earlier, you will not fit in the waist size you think you have. I learned that one the rough way. I was like, I've been wearing 36s for a long time. And then I went, oh, here are these Levi's from 1983 or so. I put them on, 36s. It looks like I'm shrink wrapping them around my legs. Whew. Just standard 501s. Uniqlo is pretty inconsistent, at least with women's sizes, lol. Yeah, keep in mind every garment of clothing that you wear was sewn by a person. Sewing is done by human beings, which means that depending on how much they're rushed, and they will be for Uniqlo, there are going to be big differences in like the quality of the stitching, what the allowances are. There will be differences between the items. The higher quality the brand, the less likely that is to happen, but there's always going to be some variance. As a cyclist, I follow all the rules of the law, and I hate the cunts who ruin the image of cyclists. I don't want to hate American cyclists because I know that they're like living under siege, but at the same time, there is no denying the fact that there is a small subset of like lifestyle bicyclists who think they're above the law, and they fucking suck to deal with, dude. They are so annoying. It's not most bicyclists. And to be fair, it's a bit of a cognitive bias because overwhelmingly, when you experience somebody who's doing a bad job on the road, they're in a car. 99% of the time, when someone fucks you over on the road, they're in a car. But you remember the bicyclists because they're less common. It's not as much of an issue in the Netherlands, right? Because like everyone's on a bike, I guess. But in America, where most people are in cars, you remember the bicyclist that fucked you over. But yeah, bicyclists gotta understand if you are on the road, you also have to stop at the stop signs and the stop lights for that matter. You cannot just go right through. Jesus. I know Dick Turners. Vosh saw the NL clip about this. That's not fair. This is why streamers don't talk about watching other people, Because then anytime you say something and somebody else said something, it gets pinned to them. When is someone going to say, hey, NL, I heard this bit from Vosh? It will never happen because he'll never admit he watches me, even though we all know he does every night. He doesn't. But it's unfair, it encourages dishonesty. I have to pretend that every bit is mine and mine alone because otherwise everything gets pinned to the other guy. To be fair, I know how absurd US stop signs are. If I lived there as a cyclist, I'd 100% be running through some of them. They're placed so badly. That is often true. Yeah. I don't have a problem with the US stop sign design, but our roads are so wide that sometimes you can be in the middle of your lane and the stop sign is only revealed to you when you get past the clearing of the leaves like from the tree, and then at that point it's like it's on your like 2 or 230. You know what I mean? We definitely could do a better job placing stop signs. I mean, fair, but it takes 3 seconds to stop unless you're going fast to shit downhill. No, no, no. I agree that people should stop. I'm just saying, like, you don't always see the stop sign, especially if you're bicycling, because you can't freely turn your head as easily as if you're in a car, right? Um, yeah, I don't know. Also, I don't know how much this pisses you guys off. America in general, in the states that I have driven through, I feel like there is not enough designation for four-way intersection two-way stops. When it's two roads crossing, but only two of the stops like that have stop signs and the other one you can go right through, sometimes the markings on those are so unclear, and the only way to know consistently is to look and check for a stop sign facing perpendicular on one of the roads next to you, which is like, that is unacceptable. That is crazy. And functionally what happens then is that everyone driving through on the non-stopped like road, if they know the intersection, they blow through because they know what the law is. But if they don't, they treat it like a four-way stop because they don't know. They don't read they're kind of communicating like a four-way stop, or you don't know if the other side can blow right through. So you treat it really cautiously, and it's really dangerous. It's just bad design. I don't know why. There should be much more clear marking. I'm sure some states do it, but unrelated, but I can't get up from my bed. I've been trying for like 7 hours. Last week, I couldn't get up for like an entire day. I don't know what I can do. Probably a mix of depression, autism. Any ideas of something that's happened to you? Well, you clearly have the energy to type in a live stream chat in your phone. The only way to do things is to do things, unfortunately. A lot of like your mood and your day to day is like inertial, right? Like the first step is the most difficult one. So you just kind of have to trust in the memory you'll have in the future of how hard that was relative to how easy it is to be doing the thing that you're doing then, because it gets easier, you know? You just have to start, essentially. Unfortunately, there's no like magic secret. You just have to do it, which you can do. Like, you could do it like that. But you have to do it. I mean, if you want like a shortcut, probably toss your phone off the bed. If you want a shortcut like long term, get a really annoying alarm clock, a not on your phone, like a separate analog alarm clock, and set it in another room or somewhere where you can't reach it from your bed, so you have to get up to turn it off. That'll wake your ass up. Unfortunately, most of life is just locking in, you know? Most of the shit that you think is hard really isn't. Sometimes it is, but most of the time it's not. Same with me, by the way. I'll sit here for an hour being like, oh, I don't want to do these emails. These messages are annoying. I have to respond, blah, blah, blah. And then I'll do it. It takes 10 minutes. Not even 10, you know? It's something, it's just locking in. You just have to do the damn thing. But it's, yeah, it's not a judgment thing, you know? It's not me belittling or demeaning you. It's just like, so it's just have to recognize um, how easy it can be. Hey, Vosh, nice shirt. I know. Thank you. I'm really fond of it. I ran it through a few wash cycles to try to break it down a bit because it was a little stiff. I ran it with some baking soda, vinegar, wash dry. And it's a little bit smaller now, which I prefer. And it feels a little bit more broken in. I'm very fond of it. Is it linen? No, it's cotton. It's sashiko. It's that Japanese weaving style where you like run a thread in like a grid pattern with the white thread. See? Is that shirt from Blue Owl? No, it's from Imogene and Willie. They in a collaboration with Richter Goods. I think they're out of them, I'm afraid. Um, Look at how well the model styles them, if assuming they're not out and the page is still up. Oh, ooh, I don't think. Uh-oh. Oh, there it is. Okay. Doesn't that look really good? It helps that this model is like quite muscular, so you can kind of see the shape of the pecs. But I think that The framing is really nice. It's like a heavier, you could wear it in like colder weather. Got a Western yoke. It's pearl snap. And oh, the pearls are so beautiful too. Look at that. Seriously, I'm not kidding. Look at the depth on that. I've seen a lot of pearl snaps because I like Western wear a lot. That is a beautiful pearl. Is a real pearl? No, pearl snaps aren't actually made of pearls. I don't know what they're made of. A few different things. What are they made of? Material, cotton, Japanese fabric. I don't see the details here. I could probably find it from Richter Goods. Oh, this is indigo. Indigo sashiko. Oh, so it's gonna like fade in. That's nice. I didn't know that. I completely forgot about that. TBH, I just don't get Western wear. Feels like cosplay IMO. Hey, listen, okay? All of our clothes come from somewhere, usually military or workwear. T-shirts come from the Navy, right? Jeans come from miners during the gold rush. Cargo pants come from the military, like Vietnam, you know, OG 107s. I mean, pretty much all the clothes that men wear come from work and military. That's a difficult question, Real Coke. Opinion on jumpsuits for women? I think that coveralls and jumpsuits look quite nice. It's been half an hour and he's still fucking talking about clothes. Dog, I've been talking about a lot of shit. It's been like a really nice stream opening. You're the one being annoying. Like, we've talked about a bunch of stuff. It's been a really nice, like, refreshing. I woke up this morning feeling like ass, but I was looking forward to, like, you know, just vibing out with chat for a bit. You know, you're the one being the grump. Women in jumpsuits are so hot. Yeah, the double RL herringbone jumpsuit look, so fucking good, dude. So fucking good. I think I've showed it on stream before. Can I find... Can I find it in the lookbook? You think women's fashion today borders too much in pajamas? I mean, it depends on what you buy. I don't think that's necessarily the case for everything that women wear. No kidding, Cliff. Huh. Well, it looks beautiful. Can I not just find this one woman in jumpsuit? Jumpsuit woman? Woman jumpsuit, please? No? Oh, here we go. There we go. Just a gorgeous photo shoot, huh? I've shown it before, but I can't imagine anyone would wear this like day to day out and about. This is very much like a historical cosplay. Or I guess what I should say is the style of clothing that's being replicated here is not one that's made its way into contemporary common wear. Whereas plenty of, like, say for men, military clothing has, like cargo pants. Nobody thinks, oh, you're wearing cargo pants? Wow, what are you, some kind of army boy? When they were only introduced into common wear in like the 60s and 70s. Same with field jackets. But this kind of like riding wear hasn't really made its way into general women's clothing. So it looks more like a historical costume. That being said, she's really fucking hot. So you're gonna have to... You know, make that call yourself. If you want to see skinny jeans look good, look at some Wisdom Kai shorts. What is this? Interior design for the anonymous men of Reddit. No, I have not seen this. I'll watch it, but probably not on stream. Watch later. There we go. Germany to muster 18-year-olds from 2027 for possible conscription. What? Doing that again, huh? Why are we doing this? Mayor says Christian Democrats are in favor of compulsory service. So what are they? Are they doing this in like a civil service kind of way? Like everyone gets 2 years repairing roads or whatever? They have a big manpower problem. They're not in any wars. They're not in any wars. Used to be the case. Germany had abolished compulsory conscription in 2011, but Pistorius has asked for its return under both the current and previous government, citing the need to make Germany ready for war in light of the growing threat from Russia. Ugh. Okay. They want to be prepared for war? Yeah, but Russia's not going to invade Germany. That's fucking insane. Any war between Russia and Germany would be nuclear, and it would be over very quickly. Like, also, they have to get through Poland first, and Poland's in NATO. Like, this is just laughable. The idea that Russia poses... The threat that Russia poses is through their funding of the AfD. The threat to Germany, not through their fucking military. Like, they haven't... They're stuck in the easternmost fifth of Ukraine. I think Europe is becoming increasingly concerned that NATO won't actually do anything. Well, sure, but like Poland's military on its own could probably handle... So if we entertain the fantasy that Russia's military, despite years of slog, somehow manages to push past the ocean of landmines and artillery fire and drones, withering drone strikes, right? And make their way through all of Ukraine, conquer all of Ukraine, then they have to get through Poland, which would not be any easier. It would be considerably more difficult. And then let's assume there is no NATO response at all. Not from America, but from nobody, right? Like, it's just Poland on their own, except Poland's getting, like, arms thrown at them. Poland is much better positioned to defend itself than Ukraine was back in 2022. So even that, and then we'd have to assume that Russia would make its way all the way through Poland and then invade Germany. Like, just the idea that this is about defending Germany from Russia is ridiculous. So are you arguing that Germany shouldn't help fellow EU members like Estonia if they get attacked? I think you can do that without bringing up mandatory service. Also, I really don't think Russia is going to invade the Baltic nations. I mean, fuck, maybe they will. They're crazy, but I don't think they will. I'm sorry, Vosh, but I have to disagree with you here. Putin is currently preparing his population for total war. I don't know what do you mean by that? They've already done multiple conscription waves. The country's economy is already underwater. I don't know what you mean by that. Like, what more can Russia do? You can throw more people forward, but Russia's not really limited by the number of people they have. They're limited by their ability to coordinate their military infrastructure, their armor, their artillery, to advance in, like, extremely entrenched lines, right? Like, the issue with Russia is not that they're running out of people. They have lots of people. Russia's no stranger to human wave tactics. It's just they don't really have the armor to support it. Like, you know they're, like, out of tanks, right? How are they supposed to advance into Kiev or fuck Estonia or whatever without an armored front? Like, the reason that the front lines have stalled where they are is because you need tanks to break a trench line, basically. Like, we're back in World War I, you know? You can shell with artillery and drone strike and so on as much as you want, but if you want actual soldiers to move forward, you need armored columns, or at least that's the conventional logic. But Russia doesn't really have tanks. Not anymore. That's why they use motorcycles and ATVs. Yeah, but motorcycles and ATVs aren't tanks. EU intel says if the war ended today, Russia could reconstitute in like 5 to 7 years. I don't think that's true at all. they've been blowing through their reserves. All their Cold War armaments are like they've been pulling ammunition from North Korea. I mean, maybe they could replenish in some ways. Like they're like so for one, population, their birth rates are low. They are gutting out their population of young men. You can start conscripting older people, which they have, but there is an upper limit to this. If they kill too many of their young men, they won't be able to repopulate for future. Like, this is just basic Civ strategy shit, right? They're not getting those tanks back. Can we all agree on that? They are not getting those tanks back. There is no fucking way Russia develops the war machine necessary to get those tanks back. So maybe they get a bunch more, what, 80mm shell? I mean, they can keep their artillery firing for years and years and years, but I don't see how that brings them any closer to taking Ukraine. I think at this point, like, Ukraine has better drone production facilities than Russia does. Because, of course, they've been supported by us, you know. I want Ukraine to march on Moscow. Well, don't we all? Heavy armor is more useless today than it was in World War I. Well, we have drones now, which is the issue. You can take out a tank with a drone. We don't really have, like, meaningful countermeasures to drones yet. Even the United States doesn't, by the way. Like, we have more than Ukraine does, but if we got bogged down in, like, a real war, drones would be insanely difficult to deal with. But yeah, tanks aren't useless. Eventually, somebody is going to design like a radar system or something, some kind of tracking mechanism that makes it really easy to target drones that are just 20 feet above the air, and an auto fire turret, and there will be some countermeasure, I'm sure, eventually. And right now, don't you worry, I promise you, every military on Earth is hard at work developing these systems. That already exists, a better version of it. I know it exists to some extent, but you know what I mean. I don't know. It's all very top of the line stuff. I'm not in favor of conscription in Germany, okay? If Russia, for some fucking reason, invaded the Baltic states, which would be insane, then I fully support NATO committing their resources to defending those states. I don't think, even if Germany was handling that one alone, I really don't think you would need to conscript. You wouldn't believe how much the German media creates panic about a Russian invasion. Yeah, because like fear of the other is radicalizes people towards conservatism. It's always been like that, man. It's always been like that. Russia and Muslims. I mean, it's justified. I don't really think so. Like, because there's a difference between accurately reporting the fact that Russia is awful and what they're doing is awful, and saying we need conscription to defend against the threat of Russia invading you. Because that's just not real, you know? I don't know how real this is. NATO chief claims Russia would target Europe if China attacks Taiwan. I don't really know how credible this is. Where is this source coming from? Where's this information from? Russia would be willing to tank like the possibility of them being annihilated in nuclear hellfire just to buy their tepid fair weather ally China a little bit more time to invade a tiny ass island off the coast. Like the Russian oligarchs who care about nothing other than money and raping children, or are like, yeah, we'll risk being annihilated like in a way that no country ever has been, as long as it gives you, Mr. Xi, president, to or more time to invade Taiwan. I don't know. I don't, maybe, I don't know. It's best to at least have a deterrent. Yeah, but our deterrent is like our enormous nuclear arsenal. I don't know. I don't want to be proven wrong, you know. What if they go wacky mode and invade the Baltic states and I'm like, "Well, guess I overestimated Russia. Crazy that I would do that, but, you know." Also, if China invades Taiwan, they would just take it. Like, does anyone seriously think that Trump's administration would put their neck out to defend Taiwan? Like, at this point, the only reason Taiwan isn't a part of China is because Xi Jinping doesn't want to bother yet. Like, there's absolutely no fucking way our administration does anything to protect them. Hmm. Yeah, buy your GPUs now. Yeah, just break them, Masaigo. We can do it. No consequences. Got my 5090, I'm good. Jesus, I still have a 3080 Ti. I still have a 1060 Super. Hey, whatever works. I think the rat race is dumb, by the way. Modern video game development cycles don't justify you don't need the new fancy GPUs, okay? Any competent developer should be able to make games that run well on older GPUs. But I want them. I'm just right. I'm shielding myself from anger in future arguments by remembering that many of the people who make fun of the price of the clothes that I buy have spent $4,000 on a graphics card that is 20% faster than their old one, and then they go ahead and download indie games on Steam. I'm remembering the future so that I can't get angry. Ah, okay, there we go. I'm fine. That should last me like at least another week. I don't know. I guess I think that war is bad. My main take. Games just need to be optimized better. That is true. I still believe, and this might be a conspiracy, but I believe it anyway, that developers deliberately fail to optimize their shitty-ass AAA games in an effort to incentivize you buying the newest RTX whatever. Like they're in bed with Nvidia and they're like, yeah, man, trust me, you need the newest graphics card in order to get ahead, and they work together. They do work together, you know. The top of the line games do often, you know, they shake hands, they're buddy-buddy with Nvidia or whatever else. What about indie game devs? I don't think indie game devs are really pumping out anything that's challenging people's graphics cards, probably. Unless they're really, really, really bad at optimizing. It's also Unreal being janky. Yeah, because Unreal kind of like sucks. It's overdeveloped. That's the problem, man. It's like Unreal 4 was like this. Every Unreal 4 game was fucking drowning in post-processing effects. Like, I get it's an easy tool set to work with, and you can make stuff that looks pretty good pretty quickly, but like, holy shit, dude. Unreal is spaghetti code. It's not that it's spaghetti code, it's that it's overbuilt, and unless you know how to like dial it way the fuck down, the default product you're going to make, like, I guess the difference to me is that if you're working with Unreal, you need to have a pretty good understanding of how to do like graphics development in order to not make your game run like shit when it looks pretty good. Whereas if you're working with Unity, you start with a blank canvas and you need to build up from there. Like, I know that Unity and Godot and stuff like that aren't exactly well renowned for being high end game development programs, you know, like engines, but I do think that the fact that you start from like the ground level means you have to like build up, and the mistakes you make are ones you make rather than just, oh, you didn't know how to compensate for the Unreal 5's ass like default post-processing settings that turn every game into like the forest or whatever. Yeah, there's less bloat built in, exactly. Do you still code? No, I don't really think I have the time to do any game dev stuff, but I follow like game dev blogs and stuff because I'm, you know, I like video games. Like the forum. Old lore, old lore. Speaking of old lore. Yeah, building a new engine's difficult, Masaigo. FD? Ah, you know. I normally, I don't really do drama stuff anymore. I don't have the fire in my heart for it anymore, because it used to be I would go online and my thought was like, the biggest enemy to progress is the woke scold online left that hates comedy and blah blah blah. And like nowadays it's kind of difficult to feel that way when the Trump administration is building gas chambers or whatever. That being said, this one was a bit much for me, okay? Just come on with me.
One hill I'm still dying on is recognizing how poorly Bernie Sanders, and more
it's sped up. It's from a video he put out, but someone sent it to me. I had to.
specifically, a lot of his supporters manage black skepticism towards him. To this day, I, like a lot of black folks, including black leftists and progressives, find it incredibly frustrating that Bernie supporters don't realize how bad they came off to black people at that time and how that hampered his movement. I know and understand the Bernie bro concept might be overblown, and it was a talking point developed by establishment Dems and the right to create a negative feedback loop between Bernie and black voters, but that doesn't mean it was a completely false narrative. I met numerous Bernie bro stereotypes in real life way back in 2016, and each one of those encounters left me more convicted in thinking that Bernie was nothing special. White leftists and progressives have deeply rooted anti-black tendencies and are far less accomplished in addressing those issues than they like to think. Like, I need y'all to consider the fact that Vosh, one hill I'm still dying on.
It's like a damn jump scare, like that one Contra video. I don't know. Okay. I thought the cutoff here is really, really funny, but like the shit he says about me is actually so crazy. Hold on, just follow through. Okay, I have the video up, but just follow through with me for a second, okay? It's been years, dude. Jesus Christ. Yeah, listen, okay. I'm not coming at this. It's not professional wrestling. We're not doing any kayfabe. I'm not in here to epically dunk on the woke scold left or whatever the fuck. I don't even think he belongs in that category. I just the shit that he said about me.
False narrative. I met numerous Bernie bro stereotypes in real life way back in 2016, and each one of those encounters left me more convicted in thinking that Bernie was nothing special. White leftists and progressives have deeply rooted anti-black tendencies and are far less accomplished in addressing those issues than they like to think. Like, I need y'all to consider the fact that Vosh was, and to an extent still is, a prominent, influential figure in the online.
What the hell do you, wait, hold on. What do you mean still is? My view count's better than it was back then. All right. Trying to make me feel bad.
left and has only been sidelined because of his love of horses, not because of his persistent liberal racism, among other things. And I'm at a
I'll never be understood in my time. They'll never understand that I want to be the horse. I mean, I love myself. Does that count?
point now where I realize that like there's a lot of people in my audience that don't know who Vosh is, which is good. Please don't look it up. Just imagine.
This is totally apropos of nothing, by the way. Like the whole video was about the relationship between like black voters, Bernie Sanders and Mamdani. Like a lot of black voters in NYC in the primary didn't vote for Mamdani, you know, like out of nowhere. But like listen to this comparison, because this is wild to me. I don't get it at all.
Like the parents from Get Out, like imagine the white families from Get Out. Imagine what their kid might be like. You kind of get an idea. People like Sean Head are also.
This is so the crazy thing to me is that even if you don't like me, that's not like the stereotype about me at all, right? Like the white family in Get Out was representative of the white moderate, people who liked Obama, people who would virtue signal about being anti-racist, but in reality had this deep like psychological cloying obsession with stealing blackness for themselves. Is that the impression I give? If anything, right, wouldn't I be like the edgy debate bro, where like to me the lives and issues of black people are less important than like the epic K-fob of the dunk and the being edgy online and the so like, wouldn't that be a more, because I don't think that's true either, but I feel like that's more the stereotype that you would sort of throw me into. It makes me think either FD Signifier didn't really understand what the family's deal was and Get Out, or more likely he was just being really lazy in characterizing me. I don't know. He probably forgot why he hates you. Yeah, but in fairness, I've also forgotten why I don't like FD Signifier. So I just don't put him into my scripted videos, I guess. He's been getting roasted on his Iran takes recently. It seems to me like he's crashing out and hoping for a free dunk. I think we overuse the term crashing out, but like, there's no way of saying this without coming across kind of bad. I've never really been impressed with FD's takes on race, to be honest. It often seems like he works backwards from a perspective of criticizing like white leftists, and the takes he has always fall. Like he just did the Bernie bro thing. Like he just vaguely gestured at the Bernie bro argument, and then he acknowledged that this is like a Hillary Clinton talking point. He was like, well, I know it's a Hillary Clinton talking point, but that doesn't mean it's not kind of true. Well, but what do you mean? I don't think it's true at all. Like I think the average Bernie supporter is probably a lot less racist than the average Biden supporter. I think that's probably true. I don't understand. I don't agree with that criticism. Maybe the average Bernie supporter is like edgier and more online, but they're also younger than the average Biden or Hillary Clinton supporter, right? So you're going to, there's like concurrencies there that I don't really get this guy's take on Bernie back then either. I mean, I don't want to accuse this guy of tribalism too much, because it's not like I'm a scholar of his content, but it does feel like his number one thing when he makes a video is like, I will defend the black majority. You know, because this is about Mamdani, right? Like a lot of black voters didn't vote for Mamdani, and you might wonder, well, why? And to me, and again, like I'm just a white guy, so my experiences here are kind of like adjacent, right? But for me, there's two main reasons. For one, reactionary white people vote Republican, obviously, whereas reactionary black people still kind of vote Democrat for the most part. So they don't get filtered off out of the Dem primaries the way that white people do. If it wasn't for that filtering, white people would be more conservative in Dem primaries than black people. And also, a lot of older black people grew up in a generation where black people got fucked by crack and police. 1980s and 1990s, crime skyrocketed. Crack was everywhere. They knew a bunch of people who got locked up. They knew a bunch of people who fucking died to police or gang violence or whatever. And as a consequence, they have more of a like law and order mentality that represents in a reactionary way, right? It's kind of like a generalization, but I think that if you know a black person who was 20 in the 1960s, they're probably pretty radical. And if you knew a black person who's 20 in the 1980s, they probably think that like young black men should pull their pants up and young black women should stop like twerking and everyone needs to go to school. Like they buy more into the idea of like, if we play by the rules correctly, because they were adults after the civil rights movement. So you understand what I'm talking about? That's my perspective. But it seems like FD signifier is kind of just legitimizing the black hesitation around people like Bernie and Mamdani. You know what? I'll watch the video. We're not doing the epic performative dunks. I just don't care. I do want to see the argument, I guess. I have a feeling I'm going to disagree with it, but I do want to see what the deal is, I guess.
Mamdani mania is sweeping New York and the nation, but I'm worried that progressives aren't ready for what might come next. So if you're in any way politically engaged and you've seen New York mayoral candidate and winner of the Democratic primary for that position, Zoran Mamdani, on your screen or feeds a lot in the past few months.
I'm black and I generally like FD signifier, but I don't really get his hate boner towards you. Listen, I don't give a shit if you watch him, right? Like, I'm sure he's put out stuff that's good. Obviously, as a consequence of the relationship that I have with him, anytime I see something, it'll be like disagreeable, right? But I have never argued that because a person doesn't like me, you shouldn't engage with what they have to say. You know, I think that my arguments kind of stand on their own. So I don't want to create like walls in the internet where you have to like separate yourself. Sean's videos, for example. I mean, let's be fair, all of BreadTube basically. Oh God, Contra, that fucking Contra post, dude. Oh man, why did she make that post?
Mamdani came out of nowhere to somehow beat Democratic establishment choice and adjudicate the sex pest. Andrew Cuomo, a man that was for a moment being eyed as a presidential campaign hopeful way back in 2020 as he governed the state of New York during COVID. Cuomo had co-signed some Chuck Schumer, Amy Klobuchar, and Jim Clyburn.
How the fuck did I end up in this video? Like, it's just like watching the opening. I saw the bit knowing I would be in it because that's what I was told when the video was handed to me. So just, yeah, I don't know.
With the funding and support of the Democratic establishment. And while his sordid past did him no favors, the real reason he lost isn't just that, it's because the magic behind Zoran Mamdani. Mamdani has a unique and dynamic background. He's incredibly charismatic, and he ran on a platform of basic and feasible policies. Some might call them kitchen table policies that support the working class of New York with sensible changes to the way things work up there to make it easier for people who actually have normal jobs to make a living and live in the city that they love. Because I am not in New York, I only paid passing attention through my New York peers and other pundits paying attention to the situation. But when I did watch a little bit of Mamdani over the past couple of weeks, I feel like, yeah, he might have something special, which is why a lot of progressives are excited. Mamdani's success could signal to other progressive figures, as well as the Democratic establishment as a whole, that it's time to abandon the neoliberal oligarchical framework of the party, which is how it's been ran since Clinton won the presidency in 1996. And this has degraded the Democratic Party from...
So far I agree with everything being said. I guess I want to, hold on. There's a point here where there's text superimposed over the video saying King of the Blacks. Fascinating. Okay, I'll go to that.
Cuomo won black people was something that was immediately brought to my attention as, of course, the king of the blacks. As everyone knows, I need to answer for all things black people are doing, even in states and cities that I have no connection to. And because I take that role very seriously, I realized I would have to respond because as far as I could tell, the people bringing this to my attention were doing it as some sort of gotcha, bitch, requiring me to answer for black people that didn't vote for the obvious progressive choice for mayor when I and others say all the time that black people are more progressive than the general population. If that's the case, FD, why didn't they vote for Mamdani, who clearly had the more progressive platform? Why did they vote for Andrew Cuomo?
Well, I think that's a fair question. Yeah, it does sometimes feel like there's a bit of a disconnect there. I think I explained it pretty well 5 minutes ago, at least my understanding of why that dynamic is the way that it is. It's and also there's a class element as well and an educational element, right? The most like the group of people most likely to be radical leftists in any society, in any country all the time are upper middle class students. Like just across the board for the past 200 years, that's been the case, you know? And being an upper middle class student is just demographically more likely when you're white because black people economically are not in as privileged of a position. Upper, no. Middle to upper middle class, I should say. Like I'm not setting out income brackets, but what I mean is that like you don't there's a range.
And in response, I have this to say. It's clear some of y'all white progressives did not learn shit from what happened to Bernie Sanders. It hit me while I was streaming a couple of weeks ago that white progressives as a whole still are not ready for the moment, because when I talk—
This also bothers me a little bit, because I know there are a lot of young black people who are frustrated that their elders consistently vote for the more reactionary candidate in Democratic primaries. So I don't think it's really fair to say that it's just white people who are curious about this. Like, white people don't get it. Well, I don't think people have racial knowledge, like by virtue of their skin tone. I think that a lot of people are curious about this. Why are we pitting progressives against each other? I feel like that's every FD video, isn't it? I feel like every time I see him, he's like, all right, listen up and shut up, white leftists, because I'm about to drop a truth bomb. And sometimes it gets in the way of the actual message, like it gets in the way of the actual point. Like there's an underlying argument that's valid here, and I get you want to get dunks in on the whitey. It's not like I don't as well. It's fun. It's a safe and legal thrill, but I feel like it's compromising the validity of your point a little bit.
Talked about the issue of race regarding Mamdani, and I was talking about the historical truth that progressive policies have always been popular in America until you acknowledge or mention that those policies might benefit black people. And someone responded in my chat saying, well, that sounds defeatist. Fox Herman says, no disrespect, but that's a bit defeatist, but I get what you mean. It's not defeatist, it's just facts. I'm 5'11". If somebody tells me I'm too short to play in the NBA, that's not defeatist. That's just facts. And I was thrown at this being the response, but then I remembered that to a lot of white leftists, and especially white liberals, race matters are the equivalent to like a foreign language they've learned just enough about to get by while they're gonna go on like an international trip. And the vast majority of them haven't even done that. To a lot of white leftists and—
I don't, I guess there's like no way to say this without doing like a white fragility bit. I just feel like sometimes the point of these statements is more the white leftist part and less anything that follows afterwards. You know what I mean? Sometimes it feels like you begin with an intention. It doesn't necessarily mean that what he's saying is incorrect. It's just, you know, kind of a rhetorical priority.
White liberals, they're not racist because they understand why racism is a problem. They're doing it because they know it might get them in trouble. And that's why we keep on having this problem. It's
wait.
Not racist because they understand why racism is a problem. They're doing it because they know it might get them in trouble. And that's why we keep on having this problem. It's to the point that when I bring up how race has a significant impact on any mainstream political project, people slander me with being an identitarian or using liberal identity politics, when in reality, I'm just pointing out huge gap in basic knowledge and strategy that people need to understand, especially if you're serious about anything around major electoral movements. Like, I'd get being less interested in race matters for the—
like, so far he's just been talking down to the perceived other. Also, it seems a little weird when like Latin voters also shifted to the right a lot in the last presidential. So the saying white, I mean, it's like we're getting in the way of the point a little bit, you know? It's a complicated subject.
Radical folks out there, it's still a flaw, but I get it. But if you genuinely care about progressive politicians and voting and winning elections and haven't done a full inventory on why Bernie Sanders lost black voters twice, then you have a lot to learn. And know, as much as I hate Jim Clyburn, it's not as simple as him controlling black voters. I'll explain.
Jim Clyburn, by the way, has bent the knee to Mamdani, so that's very good news. But could you give your perspective on that then?
Offering a little lore dump. I want to again admit that I was not and still am not a huge Bernie Sanders guy. To me, he's the best that exists in a political party that has almost nothing to offer. But that's got less to do with Bernie as an individual and more to do with the party as a whole. And I am very different now than I was in 2016 when it comes to politics, when Bernie emerged as a major player in the Democratic Party. And I liked everything that he was saying back then. I had not taken real leftist political ideology seriously, even though I've been greatly exposed to it, because like many black people, while I desired the socialism promised by Bernie Sanders and his movement, I had no faith that there was any chance it would win, and I didn't low-key trust that it was sincere. I was like,
really? I don't. You think Bernie Sanders is insincere? I don't know. I feel like if you are capable of believing in the sincerity of anyone, Bernie Sanders, the guy who's been saying the exact same shit for like 100 years, he has to be the guy, right? Like, he's been consistent on his talking points for so long. I don't know. I mean, you might not trust any politician, but I feel like even right-wingers kind of trust Bernie for his sincere. I don't know.
Most black people, especially post-Obama, very cynical and nihilistic towards our political system and invested in maintaining the status quo because the opposing options seemed like bigger threat. I had a lot to learn, like most millennials my age, black and otherwise, right? Getting that out the way. It's been steady growth since then, growth that is far from being done.
How would disillusionment from Obama push people against anti-status quo candidates? Obama was like the grand poobah of the Democrats for his 2 terms. How would Obama failing to deliver on his promises, which he did, disposition black voters against non-status quo candidates? Are we arguing that Obama was a radical? Because I don't really think that's defensible. I know that he sold himself as one, but I feel like FD should maybe make it more clear, like the difference between perception and reality there. I don't really understand the point, I guess.
However, one hill I'm still dying on is recognizing how poorly Bernie Sanders, and more specifically, a lot of his supporters, manage black skepticism towards him. To this day, I, like a lot of black folks, including black leftists and progressives, find it incredibly frustrating that Bernie supporters don't realize how bad they came off to black people.
And then we saw this clip where he doesn't explain what Bernie Sanders supporters did to earn that disposition. So far, I don't think he's explained anything. He's just said stuff. This is the whole video, by the way. Then I get dropped as a cameo. I really gotta update my channel art. I did this drawing before I even had a stream. I just thought, wouldn't it be funny if I drew myself wearing a Kanti cosplay? It's kind of sick. Yeah, I wonder if I could, like, just make it a bit of a better icon. Like, I'd keep it, basically, the color scheme and the basic blocking, but I feel, you know, just a bit of an update. Like, there's no reason that something that's being used as an icon should have static in it, for example. There are details here that aren't proportioned to the... Oh, whatever. Anyway.
Not voting for Mamdani. To make a statement about black people not voting for Mamdani. Y'all have some work to do. A whole lot of white progressives and...
It's so condescending, man. I mean, are people asking you to make a... Like, you make lots of videos about politics and race. Don't you think it's, like... Do you think it's bad for people to ask you to want to talk about it? Like, if a person asked me to make a statement on Bernie Sanders after Bernie Sanders does something, I wouldn't really assume it's because he's white and I'm white. I would just assume it's because I do politics and he's politics.
Leftists have a long way to go in recognizing those anti-black tendencies, especially when they feel like they're in the right about a political movement. And establishment Democratic strategists played on that in 2016, and they're going to do it again with Mamdani. And the same fan base is going to play right into their hands. How many times I need to hear from Bernie Sanders or from a Bernie Sanders fan that he marched with Martin Luther King? Y'all, why did you think you were cooking with that? That wasn't as...
I don't understand the point. I'm repeating myself, but it really is just he wants to talk down to white people. It's literally just racial animus. It's reactionary, but in the other direction. I don't know. Like, I don't understand what information is being conveyed. He's always been a disingenuous race baiter. He's done some pretty objectionable stuff in the past, I think. I don't know. I guess I mean he shined the Vosh signal with this one, so I don't know.
Bad as Hillary with the hot sauce in their bag comment, but it was in the same realm. And if you don't like hearing that, that's because you're part of...
Wait. You think that Bernie Sanders marching with the civil rights movement was rhetorically comparable to Hillary Clinton trying to win over Latin voters by saying that she's an abuela who always keeps hot sauce in her purse? That, like, those are comparable? I don't know.
problem. And this is all before we get to phrases like low information voters. Woo! The unforced errors with y'all. You can if
Unforced errors with y'all. It is true that people overuse the low information voter stuff quite a bit, because like, I gotta be real with you guys, every voter is low information. These people are stupid as fuck. Americans, they're dumb as hell. Okay, all voters are low information. You gotta acknowledge that. No real getting around it, you know.
If you want to say that this was all a smear campaign to frame the Bernie Sanders movement as racially tone deaf and overtly white, and to some extent, I want to be clear, it definitely was a smear campaign, but it was still successful. And it was only successful because white progressives were so underdeveloped in their understanding of race and
What?
tone deaf and overtly smear campaign. Unforced errors with y'all. You can, if you want to say that this was all a smear campaign to frame the Bernie Sanders movement as racially tone deaf and overtly white, and to some extent, I want to be clear, it definitely was a smear campaign,
okay, but
it was still successful. And it was only successful because—
So, do you believe it or not? Like, what statements are you making? Like, if your statement is moderate Democrats were successful in galvanizing conservative black voters against Bernie Sanders, then that's true. That's the deep state, right? I mean, that's like the nature of the beast. Yeah, like, yes, the centrist Democrats will lie and weaponize whatever they can in order to beat out genuine progressives. But they're always going to do that. Yeah, like the argument seems to be that it's a psyop from the centrist Dems, but also that it's true.
Because white progressives were so underdeveloped in their understanding of race and engaging with the topic that they couldn't defend effectively against it. And that's partially because so many—
Has he criticized like the centrist Dems yet? Like the Hillary Clinton types or whatever? Who, like, he said that it's a psyop, or he said that it was a smear campaign, because he said like 50 things about white progressives. His argument is that it's a psyop that was only effective because progressives were bad on race. But in what way were they bad on race? I mean, like, obviously no group of people is going to be consistently good on any issue, right? Like, so I like, in what way were they worse on race? I guess, like, my perspective on this is that centrist Democrats were always going to use every tool that they could to smear Bernie Sanders, and largely Mamdani. Eric Adams and Cuomo are both doing it right now. They're both arguing. The New York Times published an op-ed claiming, or was it The Atlantic, claiming that ranked choice voting is racist because black people didn't get Cuomo, which is who they voted for. They're always going to do this. But Mamdani it led an extremely multiracial canvassing movement. You know, like he like, if you're going to argue that Mamdani, who's only been prominent for a few months and has led like a shockingly successful grassroots multiracial canvassing campaign, that he's bad on race, and that's why Eric Adams and Cuomo have targeted him with the accusation that he's not good for black voters, that's pretty disingenuous, right? Like, that's pretty stupid.
Of these organizations and communities were devoid of black people to actually engage with and have conversations with about these issues. And if actual black leftists are resistant to being a part of your space, that again says something about your space, not about us. If you're still shocked and
But black leftists supported Bernie. Like, young black people overwhelmingly bent for Mamdani and for Bernie Sanders. It's older black people who didn't. FD signifier, people in your age demographic who are black broke on average for Bernie and Mamdani. It's black leftists chose them. You just want to talk down to white people. I don't get it. You're like, it's older black people who are disproportionately conservative. How old's FD? I don't think. I'm just guessing like 35, like 30s. I don't know how old he is.
indignant and in denial of what I'm saying here, you're probably part of the problem. If your reflex here is defend your susceptibility to this strategy that we have clear proof of working, then you are not ready for what comes next. It should not be lost on you that Jim Clyburn, the man whose only real role in the Democratic Party is to deliver the black vote, specifically here, the largest population of black voters, which are black boomers and petite bourgeois folks, he came out in support of Cuomo all the way from South Carolina for no other reason than to create the exact result that happened. Cuomo has been iffing at staying in the race as
pawn of centrist Democrats, did the thing centrist Democrats wanted. That's not surprising, really. And now he's supporting Mamdani, even if he's doing it like teeth gritted, you know. But yeah, like it's always like that with the centrist Dems, no matter what. It doesn't really have anything to do with whether or not the progressive side of things is bad on race issues. Like, do we think that 75-year-old black people who are voting for Cuomo are doing so because of Cuomo's elite racial sensitivity? Like, the people who came out for the New York Dem primary are like, well, I'm choosing Cuomo because of his historical sensitivity to black issues. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
independent, but it looks like he won't, especially after Al Sharpton of all people urged him not to. And you might think, well, hey, that's actually good. That means he might swing more people towards Mamdani. No, I think he's going to support Eric Adams. Eric Adams is playing a very dirty game right now and using classic tricks that happen with powerful black men in black spaces who cover up their wrongdoings by cleaving to issues of race in the black church. When you look at Eric Adams speak,
yeah, Eric Adams race baits like a motherfucker. Yeah, for sure, 100%. He race baits constantly. Look at this video. He surrounds himself with black people all the time, like in a very deliberate effort to paint himself as like a progressive candidate who's good on racial issues when he's not. I mean, he's just objectively not. In both his actions and his words, he is reactionary centrist. But he does everything he can to continue to you know, earn cult-like loyalty from a subset largely of older conservative black people in New York City. So, I mean, but he was going to do that no matter who won the primary. Like, he would have done it to Cuomo too, right?
These days, he's surrounded by all the recurring characters in the background. It looks like a clip from the Boondocks. And the thing I know is
he says it too. He says it too.
That a lot of you do not know how to engage with the population that's being presented there. And that population is still very important to anybody that—
Can I accuse FD Signifier of not knowing how to engage with white people? Feeling a little bit condescended to. Like, if he can make a whole video where every 5 seconds he's like, listen, this is like, rather than engage with what's happening in reality, I'm going to say that white progressives are at fault for not dealing with it properly. Like, at what point does that get turned around? You're just feeling a little condescended to, you know? There are underlying good points here. They're just being sacrificed on the bedrock, or on the altar of racial animus, which I think, you know. Lol Vosh feels condescended to. Hey, listen, okay? It's not just a tone thing. I think that FD Signifier is failing to make good points here. I genuinely do think that he's beginning every point with the how do I talk down to the white progressive group and not making any point beyond that. I think I'm making good points, you know? I mean, it's not just a tone thing. If the argument is that he and I both have the capability of being insufferable, then yeah, of course, obviously. It's just that I think my points are better on this.
Trying to win an election pretty much anywhere in this country. Now, just off numbers, I don't think Mamdani will lose to Adams. Adams has his own scandal, like I just said, as well as the taint of Donald Trump on him right now. And there still is an actual Republican candidate, so it's like they're probably going to end up siphoning votes off each other. But they're already testing waters on how to utilize anti-blackness to derail Mamdani's wave. I'm already seeing TikToks complaining that Mamdani didn't support Kamala Harris, which is some bullshit. But trust me, I know it carries weight with some black folks. And then we also have this story about—
Could you explain what Mamdani and his supporters could do to better cultivate the support of the black vote in New York City? Because that would be like an actual point you could make that would be helpful, and I'd be interested in hearing it. He doesn't? Okay.
Allegedly putting African American on his college applications, which the unforced errors with y'all.
What? Unforced errors with y'all? Are you really falling for this New York Times psyop that they took the story from a neo-Nazi? He's from Africa, and he wrote in the application about his heritage. And also, what do you mean, y'all? You're talking specifically about Mamdani, who's not white, and also not plural. What the fuck? This is a story the New York Times broke from an actual neo-Nazi, a race scientist Substack poster who said, I have compromising information on Mamdani, and the New York Times picked it up. They paid for it. Okay.
Are astounding. You low-key do not deserve to win for doing this type of dumb shit. But
Are you fucking seriously? Astounding, record-breaking grassroots socialist campaign, but sorry, when you were 17, you wrote that you're from Africa, which you are. What the fuck? Is he a right-wing plant? No one even cared. It didn't even affect the polling or the betting markets. What? It's crazy, man.
we move forward. And we move forward because Mamdani does have a degree in African American studies, and his father is low-key, from what I heard, a pretty significant figure in that field. And so I assume that he knows how to maneuver around these issues way better than Bernie Sanders did.
What issues? Maneuver around? What does that mean? Do you mean like Mamdani knows how to talk to black people? I don't know. I genuinely don't know what he means, maneuver around these issues. I don't know.
Maybe that'll set a different tone for his followers. But I'm less worried about him and more worried about y'all. I don't know if y'all are disciplined enough not to repeat the same mistakes of 2016.
What mistakes? You didn't say what the mistakes were originally.
I don't know if you all have built a ground game to be present in black spaces to actually talk to those voters as opposed to try to debate and browbeat them and shame.
What do you... Mamdani's campaign canvassed like hell. What do you mean actually meet them where they are? Mamdani has met with black leaders and has been aggressively campaigning and meeting with everyone that he can. What do you want to happen differently? What do you want? What do you want?
Them into voting for a candidate that is better than the one they're thinking about voting for. And again,
if he wanted to come on to talk to you, would you do it? Yeah, I guess, but I don't think you'd want to. And also, like, he would just call me white and racist. Like, I don't think he would make a point. Like, I could ask him over and over, like, why are you legitimizing a Nazi smear against Mamdani when he, at 17, accurately reported his ethnicity and nationality in a college application form? And I think he would respond by calling me white. And the fucked up thing is, he would be correct. I am.
And I don't know if y'all appreciate the fact that me and like 20 other black leftist creators that came up in the last couple of years for this entire time were in unison pointing at Vosh in the white leaf community.
I come up again? I didn't know. Holy shit. I did not know this. Hello.
As a problem, and we couldn't seem to break through to a lot of people until he got caught up on his taxes. If you know, you know. There's going to need to be some internal auditing on how easily...
Why do I occupy so much space in your mind? You're not even making points about me. Don't you guys, don't you think it would be weird if I was making a video about like some totally separate subject and then randomly in the middle of it I was like, yeah, like how racist and anti-white FD signifiers, if you know, you know. I don't know. It's just, and I'm live streaming. It's not scripted.
Some of you get tripped up by this stuff. This movement is really going to need to mobilize black Gen Zs and millennials to cancel out the votes of their parents and grandparents who will show up to vote. They are definitely going to show up to vote. Will the young people show up to vote? That's another question. That's always the question. And you're going to have to engage that population without coming off like debate bros, which is going to be hard because I know a lot.
Do you have any suggestions on how to motivate black people to vote for Mamdani without doing debate bro shit then? Like anything at all? Any suggestions? Any... advice or...
A lot of you only hear a black voice when you click my videos, and even then, I don't think some of y'all are fucking listening. And for those Black Zs and millennials locked in with Mamdani, because he has reached y'all.
I could get away with being so much more contemptuous towards you guys. He fucking hates the people who watch him. I wonder what the racial breakdown of his video is, or of his like audience is, like how much of it is black people and how much of it is, I have to assume to some extent, like very self-hating white people. Because I don't understand the point.
Don't get mad at me here. Call me an unk if you want. But I need y'all to go to church. I'm gonna need y'all to put on your best outfits, to press your hair out, to cover up whatever tattoos, take all your piercings out your face. And I need y'all to go to church every Sunday until election day and talk to those aunties and uncles who are not convinced about him. And you're going to need to be patient and empathetic and not judgmental and smarmy, which I know is hard for all leftists.
Oh, thank God. He said all leftists and not white leftists. That was incredible. I don't necessarily think that this advice is awful. A lot of older black people still treat churches like community centers, even in urban areas. Like there is some validity. It's a point. Okay, well, we did arrive at like a point of advice, which I appreciate. Obviously, this advice is largely at black people, right? Because the idea would be you're going to the churches that your family goes to, and black people often go to different churches than white people because the denominations and family lineages and cultural associations are different. I mean, sure. Are white people allowed to argue in favor of Mamdani at all? Can they only do it to other white people? Can people of a race only talk to the same race?
I've had these same conversations with my own aunts and uncles and parents and whatnot. It is not easy, but they are movable, because what I think a lot of leftists and progressives, even black folks, don't fully understand is that black voting habits aren't driven by ideology. They're driven by cynicism and survival instinct. I had a great talk.
Well, those are ideology, but...
Maurice Mitchell from the Working Families Party, who was a Mamdani supporter, on the Signified podcast channel, and he explained an important thing people don't understand about black voting habits.
Because black people were operating on multiple levels. Not only do we vote on the values we believe in, we also have a consciousness that is keyed into what we think the majority white country we live in will accept.
Again, there's going to be a reflection.
I think everyone does this to an extent. Maybe it varies between groups, but I think that's especially true for like progressive groups. I don't know. I feel like we're all pretty similar at the end of the day, in my opinion.
Of defense from some of you to call this identity politics. Please don't take this as me being negative towards Mamdani, because some of y'all are sensitive like that. I understand.
You said that he shouldn't be allowed to run because when he was 17, he accurately reported that he was Ugandan in a college application form, based on information that the Times got from a race IQ Substack writer. Oh, he said he doesn't deserve to win. My apologies. Yeah.
I'm just trying to help in my own way and recognize that the numbers might be of such that this doesn't matter in New York. But understand, Jim Clyburn and the Dem establishment are not going away anytime soon. And there will be opportunities to shift the Overton window to weaken their power in the Democratic Party in the next few years. And if folks who are invested in electoral...
But how? Like you have a lot of criticisms for how white people conduct themselves when talking about these issues. What can a white, like, so your piece of advice so far has been, I think, largely directed at black people. What can a young progressive white person do to argue in favor of the good policies that Mamdani advocates for, to a diverse community of people, not just to their immediate friends and families, but to like society at large, whether that be white, Hispanic, Asian, or black people?
Aren't also invested in building connections to black voter strongholds and unpacking their own anti-black tendencies, then the establishment is going to run the exact same play on y'all like Jordan and the Triangle Offense in the 90s. Please make adjustments. Let's talk about...
The establishment is already doing that because that's what the establishment does. The establishment is going to try to rat fuck you whether or not you're perfect on black issues. The idea that if the establishment rat fucks you, it's because you deserved it because you didn't treat black people with enough sensitivity is ridiculous and frankly Fed behavior. It's Hillary Clinton shit. Oh, it looks like the rest of this is an ad. Okay. For Nebula. Well, that was something. Unk, this video caught me off guard. The Mamdani college application thing is a straight smear. Genuine question, how is mentioning Bernie March with MLK even in the same stratosphere as Hillary saying she has hot sauce in her bed? Yeah, I don't know. It seems like this didn't run with a lot of people. I don't get it, man. It's not a drama thing. I don't know. Like, I guess from my perspective, this basically comes across as Hillary Clinton 2016 cynical idpol purity testing shit, I guess. It seems like it's kind of oppositional. I don't know. It's difficult to watch that video and not take away from it like this is just a left-coded way of making the exact arguments liberals made in 2016 and have been continuing to make in a desperate effort to ward off progressive influence in the party. You know? Weird stuff. FD signifier is saying black people don't like to take chances on something new, taking that big leap of faith. Yeah, well, a lot of older black people are conservative. Like, we have polling information on older black people. It's not a mystery. Like, the political beliefs they have aren't unknown to us. Yeah, but not all black people. Of course not. Younger black people tend to be much more progressive than older black people. But at the end of the day, if the question is, how does your guy win? The reason black people are not voting for Mamdani as much in the Democratic primary, older black people, I should say, is not some, 2000 IQ, like, reverse switcheroo electoral strategy done in response to centrist Democrats weaponizing the lack of racial awareness on progressives. It's just standard centrist rat fucking along with conservative voters in the primary. It's just not that special. So what do you do about it, right? Like, not everyone's a progressive. You have to deal with that. And the way you deal with that, ideally, is by moving people over. Move them over how? Well, I'd like to know. I don't know. I'd like some advice on that. From the king of black people, I hear. I mean, he's got some pretty lofty credentials. I'd like to see I'd like to see something made of that. Hmm. Dog, what is he doing? Why I don't think we should waste our time making anti-Trump content? Honestly, if you need anything Trump is doing spelled out for you, you're cooked. Ooh. Is it Fed shit? Really? Is this the progressive position? The progressive position is don't try to educate the masses about the ills of fascism? That's crazy. I guess that's why he'd rather, like, talk down to white people. I don't know. White progressives, though. This man's either paid by Russia or by Trump. No, I just don't think he likes white people very much. It seems like a lot like he derives a lot of personal satisfaction from talking down to white progressives, and that he wants to structure his content around that. You know, it is id pull stuff. That's true. That's true. It's not really like manifesting in a like a politically damaging way. Like, I don't think white people are getting sent to the goddamn camps over it or anything like that. But I think that's like the thing that he cares about, right? Which, as evidenced by the fact that he keeps doing it, no matter how irrelevant it is to the argument being made. Sure, but Trump is white. Yeah, but talking down to white conservatives as a black person doesn't hit the same. Yeah. We are not doing more of that. He's trying to inform you of your subconscious racism. He did a pretty bad job, and I feel like he had a lot of opportunities to do so. If you want to talk about like subconscious racism, though, I think it's a pretty important topic, right? Because obviously, like, bias doesn't always manifest cognitively. Like, bias is subliminal. It's implicit in a lot of cases. You're not even aware. Like, tons of people don't think they're sexist, and maybe they're not, you know, like, broadly. But they're still influenced by like certain expectations and biases in the world that can, you know, sort of affect how they treat women. Unfortunately, he failed to make those points. They weren't really made there. Mamdani hired a weird establishment Dem consultant who was a former Cuomo aide. Ooh, getting in on the deep state. I kind of like that. Make sure you're not entirely on the outside. Real power means getting to... A lot of these soulless Dem consultants, you know, they're basically just mercenaries up for hire, right? So if you have the clout to be able to get one of them on your team, wonder if that can give you some, you know, like a leg up maybe, as long as you know how to use them properly. Keep your enemies close. Yeah. Yeah. Hired Jeffrey Lerner, former political director of the Democratic National Committee and senior Senate aide, to serve as his new communications director. Mr. Lerner, 47, also worked for Mr. Mamdani's primary rival, former Governor Andrew M. Cuomo. To me, this comes across as a power move, right? Yeah, it's like a fuck you. Like you're buying out the consultancy from underneath your enemy. I'm fucking yo, bitch. Hire one singular DNC consultant to specifically not listen to them. That's a good idea. Just hire everyone from Kamala Harris's consultancy team, have meetings with them weekly, and do the opposite of whatever they suggest. And honestly, you would probably... You could get some real work done. Not much information. We'll have to see how things play out, I suppose. It feels weird. It's been so long since done any drama bullshit. It doesn't really feel like drama. I don't know. It's not that personal. Oh, speaking of Mamdani, by the way. Some of Mamdani's far-left allies want to primary Hakeem Jeffries and other NYC Democrats. Hakeem has said, essentially, fucking try. Does this have that quote? Leader Hakeem Jeffries is focused on taking back the House from the MAGA extremists who just ripped healthcare away from millions of Americans, Jeffries' senior advisor Andre Richardson told CNN. However, if Team Gentrification wants a primary fight, our response will be forceful and unrelenting. We will teach them and all their incumbents a painful lesson on June 23rd, 2026. See, he only used the Team Gentrification line because Mamdani's team has failed to properly establish themselves as advocates of affordable living in New York City. Really, it's his fault. He should be primaried, of course. Here, Andre Richardson. Why am I not getting the video? Jeffries. Come on, CNN. Anyone else feel like the search function is broken on every single website now? All the time? It's always broken all the time and it fucking sucks? I know that conversation is somewhere here. Is it not? Oh, whatever, man. Jesus, fine. Don't give me the audio. See if I care. I only saw from Ken Klippenstein clipping it. You know what? He is called Klippenstein. I think we should work with that. Oh, shit. There's even newer stuff from Jeffries himself.
CNN has new reporting that some progressives who empowered Mamdani to victory now want to primary you and other Democrats in New York City. The co-chair of the New York City's Democratic Socialists of America says he thinks you're picking fights, quote, with the left instead of focusing on fighting the right, his words. How do you respond?
I have no idea what these people are talking about. We are going to continue to focus our efforts as we did on the House floor in connection with Donald Trump's one big ugly bill on pushing back against the extremism that has been unleashed on the American people. It's clear to us as House Democrats, it's clear to us as members of the New York City delegation that the problem is Donald Trump and House Republicans.
CNN has new
Phenomenal stuff. Oh, Richie Torres has been doing the same bit.
I think it's fair to say that my colleagues in the New York congressional delegation and I, we do not care about the Democratic Socialists of America. We're focused on defeating congressional Republicans in the midterms and making Hakeem Jeffries the Speaker of the House and reversing the catastrophic consequences of the Republican reconciliation bill. We could care less about Mickey Mouse primary challenges.
The fuck does that mean? Get him the fuck out too? Yeah, he's terrified. Or sorry, terrible. But also, I do feel like it means something that these two dipshits both had the same response, right? That they both had to go like, no, 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 no. I'm super focused on the Republicans, you know? They know the waters are rising. Everyone must fall in line.
You endorsed Andrew Cuomo in the Democratic primary. He lost the Democratic primary to Zohran Mamdani. Cuomo may still run.
I swear I didn't plan it out that we'd see 3 black people in a row being anti-progressive Democratic centrists. Unfortunately, it's a tried and true strategy.
For mayor in November, may get a different ballot ticket here. Where will your endorsement go in the general election?
I'm not sure yet. I'm going to be talking to all of the individuals that are running. I have not had that conversation, but I am setting up opportunities to have a dialogue and then have a conversation with them, because my number one focus is winning the House of Representatives back. That is, Donald Trump is the existential threat to the
same answer. I don't know. Should we consider this bullish? The fact that these corporate Democrats' response isn't super aggressive? Like other people, you know, they're saying, oh, they want to primary you. Oh, they want to get rid of you. Oh, they think you're not standing up to Trump. And their response is not to go, oh, these fake fucking socialists have no place in our party. Well, somebody did say that. Who was the person who said that? Said that these socialists have no place in our party. Was that Richie Torres in another section of that interview? It was Torres? Okay, let me see if I can find that. No, it wasn't. It was Phillips. Dean Phillips.
One of the things that I guess one of the questions here is the current
thank
DNC
God.
chair, Ken
White.
Martin, fellow Minnesotan, used you as an example in saying the party is a big tent. It can welcome people from different ideological, geographic perspectives. I think he used the example of you couldn't win a race in Ilhan Omar's district and she couldn't win a race in yours. Is there room for you and Mamdani in the Democratic Party?
You know, I think it's a fine question. I think it's one that many Republicans have been asking about, whether there's room for traditional conservatives in a party now led by MAGA Republicans like Donald Trump. The answer ultimately, I think, is no. You know, we do share many of the same values. In fact, most Americans share a lot of the same values. But as a political party, yes, you want diversity. You want some differences of opinion, perspective, life story, politics, and experience. But when you have socialists in the Democratic Party, I don't know how anybody could argue that that would be beneficial for the party or for the country. Therein lies the great challenge. Same thing on the right, Omar. Is MAGA the future of the Republican Party? If it is, there is going to be a new, grand, successful third party in America, because the overwhelming majority of...
Jesus Christ, this guy's fucking stupid. Are you kidding me? When you stick by the playbook, no matter how crusty and yellow it is. God damn. Yeah, dude, MAGA is super unpopular. The Republican Party is at risk of fracturing into a third party at any moment. There's no consensus at all.
Americans want neither far left or far right politics. They want decency, they want common sense, competency, and cooperation.
Right, very smart. Former U.S. Rep. Dean Phillips, thank you. But the sitting people in power, the people who actually have to worry about stuff like real... Why is Alan Dershowitz trending? The people who are actually in power are very clearly, like, aware of the fact that Mamdani represents some kind of mandate. Somebody linked this. Apparently, Richie Torres is trying to steal Mamdani's flow by doing these street interviews, but the campaign deleted it. Like, see, this post is unavailable from Rep Richie, but this is the video. I haven't seen it.
Which did not appear in one day. It's clearly an accumulation that's been here for several days. Like, where's sanitation? Like, where's the NYPD? I don't see anyone here. I have not seen a single police officer. I have not seen a single sanitation worker. I have not seen a single public health worker. It's as if the city is absentee in what is one of the most heavily trafficked commercial corridors in the city.
Damn. Quite a bit of charisma. Do you think he actually believes that? Like, do they think MAGA will go away once Trump can't run anymore? I think that for, like, 80 years, the Democratic Party has had an internal corporate-backed mandate, which is you can play around, but don't go too far left. And I think that that mandate has been reaffirmed day after day, year after year, to everybody, old and new, within the Democratic Party. Not as much of an issue in the Republican Party. They were never at risk of going too far left. over and over, and eventually, like, over time, the line for what too far left means shifted further to the right. Thank you, Bill Clinton. As a consequence, now a significant number of centrist corporate Dems, the only thing they really believe is that the left can't work. Like, they don't have to be warned against going right. Dems go right all the time. It's the left that the corporate donors are worried about. So that's where the mandate, that's where the line gets drawn. God, he looks uncanny. Torres is such a fucking freak, dog. He's the one who wrote a letter to Twitch saying that Hassan should be permabanned and executed for criticizing Israel or whatever. He looks like AI. A little bit. They definitely face-tune the video. I mean, to be fair, corporate donors have been rapidly decreasing as a proportion of total donos for Dems over the past decade. I mean, not once you count the super PACs. Also, it's not just about the money you raise for the campaigns. It's about the power corporations have to decide who wins outside of the nations. For example, Twitter doesn't have to donate a penny in either direction. Elon, since he owns the site, can single-handedly, like, turn it into an apparatus, a propaganda machine in either direction, you know? Whether or not you get good jobs numbers, whether or not new plants or factories are open in your state, whether or not these businesses work with your administration or comply with regulations. Yeah. Look, I personally think that it's good news that these people feel the need to answer to Mamdani, okay? I think that's a hell of a lot better than the alternative. And as long as we're talking about Mamdani, what the hell is this?
My name is Zahran Mamdani, and this is the dinner party interview. I am running to be the next mayor of this city.
It's like we're on a date with Mamdani.
Because this is the most expensive city in the United States of America. And it's also the wealthiest one in the wealthiest country in the history of the world. And yet 1 in 4 New Yorkers are living in poverty. I'm running to make the city affordable.
He is so baby girl.
My first apartment that I rented is the one that I am living in right now, and I'm paying $2,300 for a 1-bedroom in Astoria. I do have a public library card because, like many New Yorkers, I tried and failed at becoming a screenwriter, and I did that at the Bryant Park Library. Today, I have taken the train, I have biked, I have run. That's just the nature of running to be the mayor of this great, incredible city. And my train line, I live equidistant between the NW and the MR, the many cities in one. I moved here when I was 7 years old. I grew up here, and at different stages of my life, I've come to love and know this city across the different neighborhoods of the 5 boroughs. Our leaders. You can see the video of me yelling at Tom Homan. That's how I sound. The sounds that came into my mind are ones that will lose me the election, so I'm walking here. I am currently 40 minutes into episode 2 of White Lotus season 3. I keep falling asleep. I'm watching it in about 10-minute increments. Depends on which one is.
He's a very busy guy. He's a very busy guy.
Nice. Gotta go Zabar's. Mets. Poppy seed bagel with scallion and cream cheese. Right now, I'm going through a Ray Shremmerd phase, so I'm listening to This Could Be Us and Swang. The last thing I thought about buying was a Paddington Bear sweater that was advertised to me every day on Instagram. Great cinema, Paddington. A decade ago, I think we were still in the midst of an affordability crisis. I think it continues to be that issue, but at a greater scale, where we're losing thousands of New Yorkers every year to places where they can actually afford to pay for their rent or their childcare or their groceries or even their Metro card. $2.90 is now out of reach of 1 in 5 New Yorkers. Failed leadership of the past and the present. If I succeed, it will look like a city that will be more than a place where New Yorkers just struggle. It'll be one where they can actually live out those dreams that brought them here. And if I fail, we will see a former governor return to power in City Hall who will continue his record of betraying working class New Yorkers while claiming to serve them. There are a number of parking lots that we have today that could be more productively used to build that housing. There are also a number of vacant lots. Ultimately, what we have to do is build enough housing such that every New Yorker can actually afford to live in the city.
It's fucking crazy to me that it's not standard practice in American cities to eminent domain abandoned lots that haven't been used for anything. Like an abandoned lot where the owner might pay property taxes of $100,000 a year, but they sit in it because they're waiting for some big bid. And it's like, no, fuck you. You don't get to keep an empty lot like 2 blocks from the city core indefinitely because you're waiting on a good deal. Okay, you will we are subjecting you now to either a horrendous tax, or you will give it to the city. We'll buy it out from you and we'll decide what to do with it. It's crazy. Like, seriously, walk around. I mean, LA is an obvious one, but even in Seattle, there are multiple big empty lots within a few blocks of the Seattle center. And Seattle is a very dense city. Like, Seattle's very tightly compacted. It's not like Los Angeles. LA, you expect to have empty lots, but like Seattle?
And that we can welcome those who want to become New Yorkers. I think ultimately we have to be driven by outcomes. And if our outcome is public safety, then when we look at involuntary confinement, we see that it has a mixed result at best. And what we have actually seen is there are a number of other approaches in our city, best typified by a model known as clubhouses, of which there are some known as Fountain House, which have been shown to...
There was a bunch of discourse about this on Twitter earlier, like a few days ago, about bringing back single bedroom houses, where like we need to provide a wider range of affordable housing options. So in cities, and this wouldn't be ideal, but it should still be an option. It should be an option for you to, for like a small amount, rent out a single room with a bed and a desk and have communal bathroom and shower. And you could fit like so many people in a single building, basically. Like a dorm. I mean, it would essentially just be a dorm. Which is true. That should be an option. We used to have those in like every city in the developed world. Those, what are they called? Not boarding houses. What am I thinking of? What was the term for them? Hostels? No, because I'm talking about permanent occupancy, not hostels. Single room occupancy? Yeah, but like a term. I'm pretty sure boarding house is right. Maybe it is. Maybe that is the right term. Asylums? No, not like asylums. Tenements? No, tenements are different. Single room occupancy. One of the big contributing factors to American housing being so expensive is that our houses are too big. You can get like single, like the starter size for a lot of single family homes, just like detached houses. It's like 1,200 square feet. That's a big house. There are places you can get like 300 square feet little apartments, and they're small, but like we need a wider range. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. See, you've got the bed, the nightstand, the desk, the lamp, the TV, I guess, and then you've a shared common area and bathrooms and stuff. It should be an option, that's all. Vosh wants New York to become Kowloon. I want everywhere to become Kowloon. Like, if you could live in New York City, in a place like this, for $1,000 a month, which would be a lot, but I'm factoring in New York City, and I'm pricing it high because it's New York City, like in Manhattan, I think a lot of people would fucking jump at the opportunity. Would jump. Like single professionals? Like for $1,000, getting to live in Manhattan? You know? You're just saying there should be more options, right? Yeah, just more options. A wider range. Anyway.
Decrease rates of hospitalization for New Yorkers with serious mental illness by about 45%, increase rates of employment by more than 50%. and only cost $4,000 a year for their services. I will fight Donald Trump whenever he puts New Yorkers within the crosshairs of his federal government, and that's something we've been missing as we've seen Eric Adams offer collaboration, Andrew Cuomo offer cowardice. I will offer courage. I would be proud to partner with the federal administration as the only campaign that has a plan to do just that through a network of municipal-owned grocery stores, one in each borough, that will guarantee cheaper groceries for New Yorkers who are right now being priced out of produce. I will ensure that we protect the First Amendment, which is a bedrock of our Constitution and one of the many things that makes me proud to be an American.
Disqualified. The First Amendment has an exception. You can't criticize Israel. Get out of here. Go. Skedaddle.
And yet what we've seen is a federal government that is looking to squash that very right, and a number of institutions and individuals who are echoing that repression here in our city. And I am going to break from the lessons of Eric Adams and instead ensure that we protect our Constitution, we protect our students, and we protect the values of this city. I will make it very clear that at the core of my belief is a belief in the Constitution, and that is the right of each and every American to engage with, to use, to protest, and ultimately that this is also what it means to be a New Yorker. So much of what we are proud of in this city is a legacy of those kinds of protests. And that's, I think, how we will look back on those who protest against wars today as we do against those who protested against wars in decades past. I think of the ones in my lifetime, I most admire the de Blasio.
Who can afford $1,000 a month? Who's affording a flop house at $1,000 a month? There's some people in YouTube chat who are incredulous about, listen, $1,000 a month for a place like that in Manhattan would be a dream unparalleled by the expectations of the people who live there right now, okay? Like it's New York City, all right? Yeah, people would fight to the death over a price like that.
Administration's accomplishments, especially with regards to universal pre-K. In all time, I would say Fiorello LaGuardia, who was an incredible mayor who also has the nickname Little Flower, which is the name of a cafe in Astoria on 36th Avenue. They can't see what they cannot imagine, and ultimately they can't imagine it because the idea of fighting for working people is something that is beyond many of them. These ideas that we put forward are ones that we are not only confident in the urgency of them, but also the ability to implement them, and that's what we're going to do, whether it's a rent freeze, whether it's making buses fast and free, or delivering universal childcare. He supported the fight to make buses free in 2023, and we made one bus route free in each of the 5 boroughs, and saw ridership increase by 38%.
Oh, I love him so much. Thank you. That was a wonderful date. He's 2 years older than me, senpai. Thank you. It's like when you're playing the romantic visual novels, you know? Ara. Get this man on Hot Ones. He is 100% going on Hot Ones before the general. Are you paying for the meal and tipping? I probably make quite a bit more than he does. He's just a state assemblyman. There's no fucking way he makes more than I do as a popular live streamer. I would have to pay. He'd probably insist because he's nice. He shouldn't. Yes, Shinji's Armenian dad? You can just ask the question, you know. He'll definitely go on Hot Ones. For sure, for sure. I'll pick you up. New York State Assembly members make $142,000 a year. That sounds about right. That sounds fair. Yeah. Living in New York is expensive, you know. You want them to be able to travel around freely, eat at meetings, that sort of thing. One second. I'm unfamiliar with this story, but I'm kind of curious. Apparently there was a tunnel collapse in Los Angeles.
Cheers and relief in Los Angeles today. All 31 workers got out alive after part of this gargantuan tunnel, which is 18 feet wide, collapsed underground. Video shows
this isn't part of the fucking metro line extension, is it?
There's a crane hoisting a rescue cage with some of the survivors inside. Fire officials say the workers had to climb over a pile of loose soil that was at least 12 feet high to reach their co-workers on the other side. A sister of one of the survivors tells the Associated Press that her brother had to squeeze through a tight space, saying, quote, "My brother was crying. He told me he thought he was going to die underground," unquote. CNN's Stephanie Elam is there. Stephanie, tell us what happened.
Yeah, so Fred, this is a miracle that everyone got out of there safely. But what we understand is that this happened at about 7:45 p.m. local time last night.
Where?
When they were basically burrowing through with this equipment to build this tunnel, which has been under development for several years here now.
God damn it, it is the metro extension. It's the metro extension. Add another fucking year to the development time.
And it's going to take treated wastewater out to the ocean.
Oh, never mind. Okay, I thought for sure they were okay, never mind. It's wastewater. I don't care about that. I just want the metro.
Placing two tunnels that are 60 and 80 years old. So this is an important project, but it's taking a long time. This tunnel is 18 feet in diameter. And what we understand is that part of the soil of the area where they had already worked collapsed after they were past it. So those workers on the other side then had to scramble over 12 to 15 feet of soil to get back to the other side, to get back to the tunnel transportation, to take them back up to the entry and exit point of this tunnel. So the great news here is that there were no major injuries, just some minor ones that they found with the people who were coming out of there as they used cranes. 100 LA Fire Department officials who were here, including Urban Rescue, coming on scene to help get these people out. And these men are
It was pretty crazy that everyone lived.
fine physically, but obviously many of them shaken up as well. Still, there's a lot of praise for how well this went because they followed their training. In fact, take a listen to LA City Council member as he discusses how this went down.
This is a highly technical, difficult project, and they knew exactly what to do. They knew how to secure themselves. They knew how to get to the train that brought them back. They knew all of the signals. As we spoke to them, they talked about their relief as they saw every piece of their emergency preparedness come together.
No Chilean minor situation then. Happy to hear it. Nice. Very, very nice. It's good. It's good. No Elon calling people pedos. That wasn't a tunnel collapse. That was a cave flooding. That's totally different. She looks dubious. She does look like she's scrutinizing you. That is true. She is scrutinizing you. You fucked up in some way. I'm glad everyone's safe. Tunneling is just innately dangerous. I don't know if there's any technology we're ever going to develop that'll make it not dangerous until we just get everyone out of the tunnel. It's you can't know everything. You know, when you're boring the tunnel. Very difficult. And yet we yearn for the mines. Yeah. Anti-gravity tech. Yeah, have fun with that. Let me piss super quick. We got more to talk about. Good. Good glorp posting. Texas to take up congressional redistricting. Yeah, I saw this. Going to try to keep Texas red indefinitely. It's basically only targeting Al Green, but he was like plus 50 in the last election for his seat, so I don't know if there's actually a way to gerrymander his seat. I don't know. I'm sure they'll try. I'm sure they'll do their best. What's on the list here? Canadian visitors to U.S. plummet 33% in June. 6th straight month of steep declines. Yeah, that sounds about right. I don't care about Miley Cyrus. I'm sorry. I don't care about Forbes Daily. I'm sorry. Good, keep them out. You know it. YouTube to update monetization policies as it battles AI content farms. Yeah, I saw this. They're actually demonetizing AI slop. Basically, they're saying like a human needs to be involved in the channel meaningfully. It can't just be AI slop, otherwise it doesn't get monetization, which is actually pretty great. Not good for you? No, my channel will be shut down. This has all been a big experiment. It's actually pretty good. In order to monetize as part of the YouTube Partner Program, YouTube has always required creators to upload original and authentic content. On July 15, 2025, YouTube is updating our guidelines to better identify mass-produced and repetitious content. This update better reflects what inauthentic content looks like today. Nice. I don't know how much that's actually going to keep it down, but this is very much in line with profit incentives. Yeah, of course, because think about it. If you're an advertiser, like you want to run ads on YouTube, how would you feel if you spent money for your ads to be run on AI slop? Do you think anyone's going to click on an ad on an AI slop video? Or is it just people getting auto-recommended it like on the autoplay? You know, or like kids fucking around with the computer? Like the goal is to preserve the value and purity of, you know, of the AdSense dollar, right? Will they keep the AI ads themselves? Oh, who cares about those? We'll see if it ends up actually being effective. Let's hope we see fewer slop shorts. Well, you have to not watch them. If you watch them, you're telling the algorithm that you like them. Stupid ass questions. It's hard to tell sometimes if it's AI or not. Maybe. Story developing? Oh, no. Senator Angela Paxton files for divorce from Attorney General Ken Paxton. This is the freak Texas AG that said that if the Supreme Court allowed him, he would happily enforce anti-sodomy laws in the state. In a statement, Angela Paxton said she moved to end her 38-year marriage on biblical grounds, citing recent discoveries. Okay, guys, what do you think? It's either cheating or child pornography. Or gay. It could be, well, gay cheating. Gay cheating. Pedophilic gay cheating. I believe marriage is a sacred covenant, and I have earnestly pursued reconciliation, said Angela Paxton in a post on Twitter. But in light of recent discoveries, I do not believe that it honors God or is loving to myself, my children, or Ken to remain in the marriage. Woo! Woo! I move forward with complete confidence that God is always working everything together for the good of those who love him and who are called according to his purpose. God, I hate religion. Yeah, the fact that she's Bible thumping over it probably does mean that it's gay, right? Oh, never mind. She just says. In her divorce filing, Senator Paxton alleges her husband had committed adultery, listing it as the grounds for divorce. The couple stopped living together more than a year ago, on or about June 1st, 2024. That's what we were trying to tell you. Yeah, well, I read when I read as I talk. I don't read ahead as I talk. That would be confusing. It could still be gay. The couple stopped living together more than a year ago, according to a copy of the filing obtained by the Texas Tribune. In his own statement, Attorney General Paxton cited, quote, pressures of countless political attacks and public scrutiny as the reason the couple had, quote, decided to start a new chapter. How do you think this will affect his Senate race? Even the Republican Senatorial Committee came out and condemned Paxton. His career is so over? Really? What Ken Paxton has put his family through is truly repulsive and disgusting. No one should have to endure what Angela Paxton has, and we pray for her as she chooses to stand up for herself and her family during this difficult time. Do you think that they're turning on him because he's ended up being more of a political liability? He's a firebrand, but he hasn't been able to do that much as Texas AG, and he's running against a sitting senator. Means that he's probably upset a lot of powerful people. Like, he's running to primary a sitting Republican senator. I wonder if that made enough people upset that they were willing to really run with this. Who is he running against? It said in the against John Cornyn for U.S. Senate. The impeachment claims that Ken Paxton has had previously benefits Paxton provided to Austin real estate developer Nate Paul, as well as an alleged extramarital affair the Attorney General had with a former Senate aide. Huh. The woman he allegedly had an affair with was called to testify before the Senate and came to the chamber but left without speaking. Fraud case against him, federal investigation into corruption allegations for former aides lodged with the FBI. Yeah, he's just a liability. If he wasn't a liability, they would all be calling his wife a whore. It's not like they give a shit about cheating. Wear high-rise trousers, folks. We love our cuck posting. After facing the pressures of countless political attacks and public scrutiny, Angela and I have decided to start a new chapter in our lives. I could not be any more proud or grateful for the incredible family that God has blessed us with. I remain committed to supporting our amazing children and grandchildren. I ask for your prayers and privacy at this time. Don't think that's going to happen. Seems unlikely to me.
I believe if I didn't
the Senate run?
become your president, I believe that this country would have had problems.
There's still the issue of the
Well, look, this is
if they're not going to leave the country, why are they going to pay some fine?
Why does he look like this? Okay, actually asking, not just trying to be mean. Is there something wrong with Ken Paxton? Like, fish-wise? Why is he melting?
Well, look, this is a novel idea. Make them pay for violating our laws. We do that with Americans. It works sometimes. It doesn't work other times. But it is a penalty, and it will incentivize people, I think, to leave. So I think it's a great idea. There's no downside to trying it. No matter what the percentage it affects, it's still going to be something better than what we have. So I applaud them for trying this. It's a great idea.
Well, one thing that's I think people are wondering about is if we have 25 million illegals at least in the United States, even going at the pace they're going at, which is a decent pace, you're never going to...
Is he blind in one eye? Like, I know I'm just being mean, but like his face is sunken in. One of his eyes looks lazy. Like it's incredible. His neck is bloating around. He looks like a corpse that's been stuffed in a suit.
Deport most of the illegals, probably not even 30% of the illegals. So are we really enforcing the law if we don't have the resources or the manpower to move the people out of the country who should have to reapply the right way if they're not criminals?
Look, I think Congress should provide more resources, obviously, because this is a huge problem created by Joe Biden and other Democratic administrations. But I do think that's why I like this idea. It does create some incentive for people to leave on their own because they're incurring fines, and if they do get caught and rounded up, they're going to owe this money. So I do think that's a good idea, but I definitely think there should be more resources directed towards helping President Trump.
That's great, man. She probably got tired of Ken's wandering eye. It is pretty cool that the worst politicians tend to have their evil expressed outwardly as much as inwardly. Yeah, no, for sure. I appreciate the fact that they're like honest and straightforward with it. I think that's true. Oh. How the fuck are we doing, folks? Good? We're doing good? That's good to hear. I feel like at the moment, I don't actually have that much to say about the most recent update and what is no doubt going to be a long and extremely frustrating battle over whether or not Trump gets to single-handedly end birthright citizenship. Which, of course, he doesn't, legally, but he'll do it anyway. Nice, Sarah-san. The Supreme Court said, okay, so you can no longer do nationwide injunctions, federal judges. You have to instead do class action lawsuits that involve all the people affected by the behavior of the administration. So a New Hampshire judge said, okay, and did a class action lawsuit for every American. I mean, there you go. Well, he's not wrong. Yeah, it's the obvious outcome of the Supreme Court ruling. It's just stupid, you know? And now, rather than it being an injunction, it's an actual class action lawsuit. Yeah, Masaigu. What the fuck is going on? Brian Bedford's leading the FAA. Sean Duffy is temporarily becoming interim NASA administrator after Trump withdrew the nomination of tech billionaire Jared Isaacman, an Elon Musk associate. The Senate's Health Committee approved Susan Menares to be the director of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. Okay. We're sending weapons to Ukraine, but the Pentagon said the weapons should be paused. Did you see the DOJ whistleblower text regarding Abrego Garcia? A batch of newly revealed text messages and emails from fired DOJ attorney Erez Yurveni show in real time how DOJ officials handled court orders relating to the Alien Enemies Act, Kilmar Abrego Garcia, and more. They lend contemporaneous support to Rioveni's claim that Emil Bove suggested telling a court, "Fuck you." These messages at 5:55 corroborate the statement. Bove states the DOJ would need to consider telling the courts "fuck you" and ignore any such court order. I mean, yeah, we know they're completely fucking contemptuous of the courts. That's not really news, right? I guess they need proof of it. Contemporaneous. Yeah. Easy to pronounce when you're down there in the fucking spectator seats, okay? When you're up here on the podium, or behind it, it's a little bit more difficult. You see the word, it gets thrown at you like a fastball. Ameliorate. Fuck! Have you seen the Twitter personality Nick Adams is going to be our ambassador to Malaysia? Yeah, I hear he's going to execute Ian Miles Chong.
Is the greatest day in the life of any American. Accepting this call of duty should be the easiest duty, the greatest day in the life of any American. Accepting this call of duty should be the easiest.
I did not know he sounds like this.
This sacred call comes to us at different times in our lives and in different ways. For some, the highest form of duty is required. This call is answered, of course, by the heroic men and women who proudly wear the uniform of the Army, Navy, Air Force, Coast Guard, Marine Corps, and Space Force. For some, duty calls them to take the oath of elected office, a sacred pledge before God to defend the Constitution, the flag, and the Republic for which it stands. Our founding fathers received perhaps the most unique call of duty there has ever been. They took up swords so that their fellow...
What the fuck is he talking about? Wait, is this an American? This is Nick Adams. This is the alpha male guy. Haven't you seen him? The alpha male guy? I'm peak male performance. He's the he's the ambassador to Malaysia now. He's literally a Twitter shit poster. That's pretty cool.
Americans could reap the prosperity of future plowshares. For some, the call of duty means raising our great flag every morning at a local school, church, park, or VFW. It is duty that calls the young mother to decorate the graves of our fallen heroes, and it summons our brave emergency responders to run towards a fire or a storm while others flee to safety. Today, duty has called me to serve my country overseas, not in the uniform of combat, but armed with the pen of diplomacy. Our president has extended the hand of friendship to old allies and new across the world. It is nothing short of a lifetime's honour to take the president's goodwill and spread it to the great people of Malaysia. It is, Mr. President, my honour to represent you and serve our nation before
rules.
King Ibrahim Iskandar and his people. To His Majesty, I look forward to working with your government to strengthen ties between our friendly peoples. To the men and women throughout Malaysia, I can't wait to experience your noble culture and learn much from you. To my fellow Americans, I say this: our country is the land of tremendous opportunity, and in our new golden age, these opportunities will grow like never before. To the country that has given me so much, I am humbled and honoured to be in a position to give back. I look forward to my confirmation process before esteemed senators. Mr. President, I pledge to you that I will never falter in representing the interests of the United States, both at home and abroad. I thank you for this opportunity to serve the United States of...
Who do you think pitched this to Trump? Do you think it was one of his sons? Sorry, it's just really funny. I guess it's more funny to me than some of you because you haven't spent the past few years seeing people make fun of Nick Adams on Twitter. You know, like he's literally just a shit poster. There's no other. Did he write this himself? God, I hope so. I hope nobody else wrote. I hope he didn't pay somebody to write, you know, to write that for him. Well, that's fucking funny. I bet it was Barron Trump. Nah, no shot it's Barron.
No, not me, dude. Not fucking me. Come on, man. I'm the fucking press. I get you. You don't need to fucking aim it. Why even aiming that shit at me, man? I'm like not a fucking threat. Please de-escalate.
That is a stun grenade. Are you serious right now? Maybe you guys should just go ahead and record me, bro. This is me. This is my job. You're not going to intimidate me. We still have a First Amendment in this country.
It's worth noting that the people who stormed out and immediately aimed their weapons at press were federal police, not military. Those are DHS guys.
Hey, hello? Yeah, I can't go over there right now because the crowd is forming. But what can we do to stop this? Because this is insane. This is insane.
This was the operation at MacArthur Park.
Okay, please, can you leave ASAP?
Everyone in the DHS must be arrested. I mean, that's not even like a Giga Chad epic-based dab if you agree, honk the horn if you agree type post or whatever. Like, unironically, yeah, I don't know how the fuck you take Germany back in 1945 without the fucking Gestapo getting, you know, getting put through the ringer legally. Look at this. From Cassie, the best poster, abolishing ICE is rapidly becoming the popularist position. If Dems actually went to war on this and did good political communication, it could be both a big political win and a way to structurally disempower the opposition. But no, they'll keep reliving last election cycle. True. Look at this. This is crazy. Negative sentiment about arrests and deportations has tarnished ICE's image as well. Most Americans now see the agency unfavorably, 52%, rather than favorably, only 39%, and the number who view it very unfavorably is nearly twice as large as the number who view it very unfavorably. That is crazy. Do you have any idea how difficult it is to get Americans to dislike a police agency? Reflecting this backlash, ICE gets overwhelmingly negative ratings from Democrats, 8% favorable, 85% unfavorable. Latino Americans, 25 to 67, African Americans, 11 to 63, and adults between the ages of 18 and 29, 28 to 61. Crazy. Oh, and there's John Fetterman. ICE performs an important job for our country. Any calls to abolish ICE are inappropriate and outrageous. Well, we know he's been bought, okay? We know that he's been bought. It's so, okay, I understand why, in spite of Democrats being polarized more and more against Israel, why Democrats are uncomfortable moving against Israel, right? It's because of AIPAC, the donors, corporations, blah-de-blah, okay? But what about ICE? For Democrats, 8 to 85? Like, there are more Democrats who feel unfavorably about ICE, and this is with barely any pushback from the Democrats, than there are Democrats that agree on anything else. You could probably find more Democrats than 8% who think that gay marriage shouldn't be legal. That's crazy. Look at the reply. This reply right here. With one like. This is the one you want me to look at? No? You want me to look at the one with Fetterman? That's true. That's a good post. Yeah, I can't get that on Blue Sky. Do those numbers fall along party lines? Yeah, the majority of Republicans like ICE. But I guess maybe I'm playing by the old playbook. My understanding was that, like, for Democrats to win, they should do things that excite Democrats. You know? Like, Jesus Christ, man. 85 to 8? Unfavorable? Plus 77 unfavorable? It's just, like, insane numbers. I can't imagine an easier layup. Abolish ICE is unironically, for the Democratic voter, the centrist position. That's not even a joke. And that's with basically nothing being done by the establishment Dems. Full restructuring of ICE and TSA. You just don't need ICE. You literally don't. There's nothing. The DHS did not exist until after 9/11. You don't need ICE. There's nothing about America that relies on ICE. How did they get to 85 when the breakdown shows more people viewing it more favorable? I don't know what you mean. Most Americans now see the agency unfavorably, 52%, rather than favorably, 39%, which means that they're at a minus 13 favorability, which is pretty significant. In LA, a lot of the arrests are done by Border Patrol. They need to be abolished too, but they don't get the attention ICE does. Yeah, look. Y'all know how I feel about Border Patrol, but ICE is on a different level right now. You know? I mean, I think the entire DHS should be broken. But, like, ICE is very obviously being used as the, like, they are the forefront of this new, like, Gestapo. Like, they're the ones being mobilized. That's why in this fucking, in this video, like, look at them. I don't know if these are ICE specifically. They're DHS. They're federal police. But look at this. Look, by the way, phenomenal entrance from this retard. Great stuff there. None of these people have military training. Keep that in mind. Okay, all these people in oh yeah, he's ICE. Says right there. These people don't have military training. They don't have training on de-escalation, on conflict management, on rules of engagement. None of that. You know, they don't have basic. They don't spend 4 years out in Iraq or whatever, cleaning toilets with toothbrushes and sucking each other's dicks like they all do. These people are literally fucking clowns. They're LARPers. And they immediately point weapons at press. and wear masks. Actual soldiers don't wear masks. Unless it's really dusty, maybe. I don't know. Is there audio? Yeah, we listened to it like a second ago. I'm just playing it again. Genuine question. Are there any Democrats who are leading in on the abolish ICE language right now? Are there any Democrats who are like, you know, maybe we should reconsider whether or not this federal policing agency even has these powers, even has the ability to... Oh, I know of one. I know of one, just judging by my YouTube searches.
The arrest by ICE agents of yourself, violently arrested on camera at an immigration courthouse in Manhattan. You were trying to escort an immigrant. They were trying to detain that day. You were asking for a warrant. A man you say didn't even have a lawyer. How alarming was that for you to see ICE officials arrest you, detain you? You know, if they can do that to you, to borrow a line, what are they doing to people we don't see on camera who aren't elected officials?
Yeah, I mean, here I would just urge members of the public are welcome to go sit in these immigration courtrooms, wherever you are, if they have them. It is a banana republic. I mean, people are stripped of due process. Today, last week, the government was moving to, quote unquote, dismiss people's cases, deportation cases, and therefore strip them of their status as asylum seekers and make them subject to expedited removal. Today, they weren't even bothering with that. I mean, I just literally not an hour ago watched a number of people be grabbed and disappeared by ICE agents who have active asylum cases. The judge had literally just said, thank you for filing your asylum application. There's a hearing I'm scheduling for February of 2027. Come back. And there's two brothers from Colombia who were explaining their father had been assassinated, and they think they're going to get the chance to come back and present their credible fear. And then they walk out in the hallway and masked, non-uniformed ICE agents grab them and deport them. There is an emergency happening in our immigration court system right now. And yes, the fact that that included arresting and detaining me, you know, only for 4 hours.
Bill Kristol said the DHS should be deleted. Yeah, Bill Kristol has had that position for a long time, right? The official DHS Twitter account flipped out at Brad because he spoke the truth. It's so cool how administrative agencies now just post on Twitter. Like, they do normal posts on Twitter. Isn't that fucking wild? I saw one just the other day where they got ratioed. They literally, like, angrily replied in a comment. I don't know if they're doing chat GPT responses or if somebody's actually typing it out. It's probably chat GPT. But they were losing their damn minds. They want to keep their masks so fucking badly. It reminds me of how, do you see that thing where, like, IDF soldiers are being instructed to not face the camera for their portraits so that they can't be held accountable in future war crime tribunals? I don't know if they're all doing that or if it was just like one little photo shoot to performatively demonstrate the extent to which the Israelis have been shackled, how they're being anti-Semitically oppressed with the expectation that they not do war crimes. I'm not really sure. I hate how they're portraying this as make ICE accountable. Yeah, because accountability for ICE at this point means mass trials. We are not talking about like a few administrators get paid leave or whatever. Like, at this point, like, it is the Gestapo. They have to be treated as such. They need trials. Or sent to Alligator Alcatraz. Yeah, like that post from was it the Lincoln Republicans, the Lincoln Project? They were cooking with that one. One day Alligator Auschwitz will be filled with the ones who built it. I know they're just a bunch of posters and grifters who like to pay off their consultants, but still, bars. Edgy losers. I mean, I would prefer edgy losers to completely ineffectual passive losers, which is the mainstream Democrat position. Cringe Maoist LARPer. Have you considered the economic anxiety of those poor Trump voters? Never Trump Republicans. We will put them in concentration camps after the revolution. That's true. That's the median Democrat, man. That lady who told her rep that you need to bleed to, or be willing to bleed to fight Trump. What's ironic is many never-Trumper Republicans have become more outspoken and willing to take a stand on issues that moderate centrist Dems will cave on. I unironically think that's because they haven't been subjected to the constant never-go-left propaganda that establishment Dems have. Because Republicans aren't getting that talk, you know? Consultants and donors and lobbyists aren't going to the Republicans and saying, all right, you guys can have fun, but no socialism. That's not, why would they have that conversation? So the never Trump Republicans come out and they're like, oh, wow, Trump's really fucking bad. Trump's like Hitler. I should act like it. Meanwhile, the centrist Dems are constantly paranoid of stepping into... they just want everything to go back to normal. I don't think never Trump Republicans think it can go to normal. I think they've woken up to that, at least a lot of them, right? They understand the Republican Party is never going to have a big turnaround. It's never going to go, oh, wait, this whole Trump thing was bad. We're going to go back to, you know, the way things were back under Bush or whatever. They understand, yeah, it's been captured, but Democrats are still hoping that one day everyone will wake up and go, oh, wow, the past couple of years has been like really wacky. Let's go back to Obama. Do you think all Republican Party politicians are evil? Yeah. Maybe you can find some like local or state reps who ran Republican to guarantee a vote in an uncontested district, and then once they got in, they tried their best to pull things to the left. But that's like a tiny minority, and they're not meaningfully changing anything. So at least not at the level we're looking at, right? We're not really aware of what's going on at that level. Maybe Mixmaster. Contra drama? Dude, I don't want to. It's so fucking bad. It's so bad. Everyone's already dunking on her, and they're all already right. Big Joel's thread is the best critique. Okay, I haven't seen Big Joel posting. I haven't seen what he's been saying. What has he been saying? I don't see anything from Big Joel. Oh, it must be like a second account. It's on Blue Sky? Oh my god. Of course he would. Blue Sky, Big Joel. ContraPoints recently made a statement on Palestine. I find this point most interesting. That was really the only outcome of the outrage. Nothing plus slightly hurting Kamala Harris. Changed perspectives. Exists to do. Don't have an axe to grind with Natalie. Good job reading. It's just so fucking dumb. Like the problem fundamentally is that Contra, I don't think, has a good temperament for the social demands of being an online public figure who discusses politics. That doesn't mean that the videos are bad or whatever. They're not. It just means that, like, you get a lot of backlash. You get a lot of hate. And I think that, you know, it's like a weakness of heart, weakness of mind kind of thing. If you're put into positions where you feel like you're very emotionally pressured, that can cook your brain a little bit. That can push you in a bad direction. I'm not clued in. She put out this like rambling narcissistic post about how she's anti-genocide in Gaza, but the reason she hasn't talked about it is because it's depressing and glib, and she feels like the left hasn't done anything productive by bringing attention to it, and it's the left's fault and the left's problem, and blah, blah, blah. I'll just... So many leftists feel betrayed because I haven't made a video on Palestine. Do they actually want a ContraPoints video about Palestine? Will they be happy if I get in the bath and pour milk on a mannequin of Benjamin Netanyahu? No. I have posted about Gaza occasionally and have quietly given money to Palestinian aid orgs. But what I think what leftists really want is for me to join their chorus of anger. They sense some hesitation on my part and are judging me very harshly on my presumed opinions. I'd rather be judged on my actual opinions, so here they are. Is Israel committing genocide in Gaza? Yes. Do I oppose it? Yes. Do I feel angry about it? Yes. I also feel a lot of other things. Chapter 1, Doom. The week after October 7th, it was clear the mood among Israeli leaders and civilians was overwhelmingly kill or be killed, existential panic, and unstoppable lust for revenge. It reminded me of the U.S. after 9/11. There was no reasoning or protesting them out of it. Nor was it politically feasible for the U.S. to withdraw aid to Israel on a time frame that would make a difference. Man, it's been like 2 years now. It would have required replacing most of Congress and overturning decades of bipartisan strategy and diplomacy. Even in the best-case scenario, it would have taken years, so there was a sense of futility. But worse, Chapter 2, Misery. Whoa, the misery. The leftist pro-Palestine movement quickly decided that their primary goal was not merely opposition to the genocide, but opposition to Zionism in general. Yeah? That is, opposition to the existence of Israel as a Jewish state. Yeah? And here they decided to draw the line separating decent people from genocidal fascists, which had the following consequences. It shrunk the coalition. Zionist is a very broad category. Most Jews are Zionists. Anyone who supports a two-state solution is a Zionist. Mamdani. Why wouldn't you visit Israel after becoming mayor of New York City? Oh, I don't have to debunk this, do I? Anyone who watches me understands why this is really fucking bad. What she's saying is like arguing against the Holocaust without arguing against Nazis. Well, it's like arguing against the Holocaust without arguing against Lebensraum, right? The genocide in Gaza is a direct product of Zionism. Zionism is the reason why they were in an open-air concentration camp. It's the reason Hamas exists. It's the reason there are walls with automated turrets that shoot people when they come near. It's the reason why in the West Bank there are roads that only Jews can use. It's Zionism is the reason for all of this. Like, the Holocaust didn't happen because the people in Germany, the Nazis, said, well, we should just do one, right? It was the consequence of an underlying ideology that demanded the eradication of other groups as a way of expressing the supremacy of their own. So, yeah, I don't know. Do you think supporting a two-state solution is Zionism? If so, there's a difference. So unfortunately, she's providing really bad analysis. The people who I know who have advocated for a two-state solution have done so as a way of addressing the immediate harm of Gaza being essentially like an occupied sub-territory of Israel, not a long-term goal. Because obviously, if you implemented a two-state solution, you would then still have a Jewish ethno-state. Like, that wouldn't change the fact that Israel, say in the West Bank, or however you drew the lines, right? Israel would still be, in law, Jewish supremacist. Like, the term a Jewish state is a dog whistle, right? Like, when white supremacists say they want America to be a white country, America is already plurality white. What they mean by that, obviously, is an ethno-state. Like, duh. If a member of the AfD says they want Germany to remain a German state, like, let's not be stupid, you know what they mean. Even if they don't mean only, like, ethnic German people would be there, what they're talking about is a legal and social prioritization of those groups. Obviously, this is untenable. I don't think ethno-states should exist at all. But at the very least, a two-state solution would take the pressure off, right? It would, in the immediate sense, free the Palestinians from being completely subjugated to Israeli power. So if a person believes in a two-state solution as an immediate harm reduction thing, I don't think that's Zionist. If a person believes in a two-state solution as a long-term goal in which Israel remains a Jewish ethno-state, that would be a problem. And I think that that political dynamic would still produce things like this genocide. Because you would still have a highly militarized supremacist Jewish state right next to the new Palestinian state with U.S. weapons, with far-right backing, you know, like you get the point? It was politically infeasible. What is the pathway that takes us from the present situation to the dissolution of Israel as a Jewish state? I mean, withholding support, that would be a good start, I guess. Like, maybe it would be more difficult for Israel to remain an ethno-state if they weren't backed by the most powerful country in the world who just agrees with everything they do and supports them. Like some kind of actual line in the sand rather than what Biden did, which was multiple red lines that he would lie about. And then when Israel did, like, cross those red lines, nothing would happen. That would, I mean, it would be a good start, right? Some kind of meaningful political opposition. I don't see how this could happen without either a total internal collapse of Israeli society or else, you know, nuclear war. I wouldn't mind a total internal collapse of Israeli society. They're currently doing a genocide. I don't know. Feel like there are worse things. Like, if a country's doing like, listen, okay? I supported the UN intervention into Serbia, the bombing that we did of Serbia. And what Serbia was doing to the Albanians was nothing even remotely close to what Israel is doing to the Palestinians. So my line for when should UN warplanes drop, NATO, sorry, not UN, NATO, when should NATO warplanes drop bombs to pacify the aggressors is clearly way the fuck lower than what Israel is doing right now. I don't know how the fuck you can support NATO intervention in Serbia but not support intervention into Israel. I think the UN should occupy Israel. Get some blue helmets down there for 100 years for all I care. Jesus. And stop giving them weapons. Stop giving Israel more weapons. Jesus. And then there's this wonderful line. As usual, leftists have championed a doomed cause. That's really cool. Don't support desegregation because it's not immediately feasible. Don't support an end to the Vietnam War because it's not immediately feasible. Don't support an end to the Iraq War because it's not immediately feasible. This is just fuck you territory. This is like unsalvageable. It always, at the end of the day, people, weaker people than me, I should say, always circle back around to directing their hate and orienting their politics around aggression towards people that they dislike. And the group of people that have given Contra the most shit for previous livery have been leftists. So it comes back around to that. Anyway, yeah, this logically doesn't work. Like, armchair psychoanalysis aside, this just logically doesn't work. Basically every progressive cause starts out as or more doomed than opposition to Israel today. Everything from gay marriage to contra support for trans people. Like, right now, trans rights are looking pretty bleak in the West. Do I waver? No. I think we should put our foot down and hold firm on all of it, including, you know, participation in sports. I'm consistent. If every progressive acted the way you're recommending leftists act with Palestine consistently on every issue, nothing would ever get done. Also, right now, American support for Israel is lower than America's opposition to MLK. Or I guess what I should say is opposition to Israel is a more popular position than support for MLK during much of the civil rights movement. It introduced dangerous ambiguities. The vagueness of Zionism as a political Satan enables all kinds of rhetorical abuses. On one hand, right-wing Israelis hold up all anti-Zionist protests as existentially threatening and inherently anti-Semitic. On the other hand, there is a long history of anti-Semites using the term Zionist in deliberately equivocal ways. Yeah, sure, I don't really know what that has to do with the genocide, though. Like, there are some people who do that, and it's bad, and they should be called out. I don't really... Like, people will dog whistle to take an existing cause and manipulate it to serve their bigotry. Yeah, sure, I don't really see what that has to do with the underlying point. Anti-Semites are happy for the opportunity to misappropriate the now popular anti-Zionist label to legitimize their agenda, and many people are not informed enough about anti-Semitism to recognize when this is actually happening. These problems are mutually reinforcing. Ah, but there's a difference. See, it is the Zionists themselves who disingenuously conflate Zionism and Semitism, whereas it's the opportunist Nazis who jump on the back of anti-Zionist protests to take advantage of the rhetorical ambiguity that is being created by the Zionists, by the way, and weaponize it in the service of their own ends. Or in other words, the Zionists are doing the bad thing, whereas with regard to anti-Zionism, it's another group that's trying to co-opt the language. What exactly are we meant to do about that? Or to put it another way, how could you ever criticize Israel without anti-Semites trying to take advantage of it? I mean that. I think that you should do everything you can to excise them from your movement, to make it clear what you mean, to be precise in your definitions. But how on earth could you do that? Zionists put so much effort into conflating Judaism and Israel. Like it's like their main thing. They shield themselves with it. So as a consequence, they make it very easy for Nazis and anti-Semites to, you know, to take advantage of the rhetorical ambiguity. But what is the left meant to do about that, apart from being responsible when possible? It is, after all, like often young progressive Jewish people who are at the forefront of these anti-Zionist marches, like Jewish Voice for Peace, advocates against this old colonial ethno-state project. Chapter 3, Dread. The online left has spent the last 20 months distributing hundreds of photos and videos of dead Palestinian children. The main effect of this has been to create a population of people in a constant state of blood-boiling rage with no consequential political outlet. Palestinians share photos and videos. The Western left isn't in Gaza. The Palestinians take those videos and share them online because they don't want their suffering to be invisible. It's not really the left that's creating that media. It's Israel's creating, I suppose, the subject of the media, but Palestinians are the ones documenting it. I don't understand this point. I fear this may be worse than useless. Anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism are conceptually not the same, and conflating them is dangerous, but in practice, the way Israel is perceived does seep out into attitudes about Jews in general. I don't think Jews who feel isolated and wary in the current atmosphere are simply hysterical or hallucinating. Kind of a non-statement. As previously mentioned, there are anti-Semites who opportunistically take advantage of the anti-Israel, anti-Zionist protests, but what does that mean? Like, the conflation of anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism is the policy of Zionists. Like, their goal is to do that. How do you turn this into an anti-left argument? Like, if you're so concerned about the conflation of these two ideas, why is every Zionist constantly screaming it from the rooftops? I would love it if they would stop. I don't think to be honest with you, I don't think Zionism in its current form has much to do with Judaism at all. The underlying project is, of course, based in the, Jewish homeland, Middle East, so on and so forth. But as a political project, the way it manifests, it seems to be largely like a corporate and American Christian evangelical effort, where Jews are weaponized to further or the identity of Jewish people and their needs or perceived needs are weaponized by oftentimes anti-Semitic right-wingers in an effort to promote certain cultural or economic causes, you know? Like, it's not exactly a secret that AIPAC and the ADL and other groups aligned with Zionism are usually used as bludgeons against the left, right? Yes, there's communal trauma and hypervigilance. Yes, there's disingenuous right-wing ghouls dismissing and censoring all criticism of Israel on the pretext of fighting anti-Semitism. Wait, that's not disingenuous right-wing ghouls. That's the entire Zionist establishment. Literally, like, that is the playbook. It's not just the disingenuous right-wing ghouls. That's the entire, from Democrats, Republicans, that's the whole, that's the main strategy. Look at what they did to Mamdani. That's in no way like a niche strategy. There's also a valid fear of historical anti-Semitic patterns recurring, and that fear gives power to the right-wing Zionist claim that only Israel can keep Jews safe. Yeah, that's why Israel does this. Israel makes itself hateable on an international and local stage and conflates Judaism and Zionism, and then does horrible things in the name of Judaism, allegedly in the name of Judaism. They do it for Zionism, and that does attract international condemnation, which they then use to fearmonger to further legitimize their project. But all of this is the strategy of the right. Why are we pretending that the left is doing this? Like, this entire essay post is pointing out things Zionists do, but then she turns around and says, oh my God, it's like the FD signifier video. I'm getting flashbacks. They don't want solutions. They don't want to stop the genocide. They just want to endlessly critique the genocide. Oh God, I'm being sent back. Does this mean Israel should not be criticized and sanctioned? Absolutely not. But it's something I don't want to risk contributing to if not outweighed by tangible benefits. So I approach the issue cautiously. But there have been benefits to the widespread left condemnation of Israel. Democrats have been polarized against it very effectively, which is important. Like, if you, like, keep in mind, man, the Vietnam War went on for, like, what, 7 years? Lyndon B. Johnson lost for re-election because people criticized his handling, and then the war went on for, like, another 4 years or something. Like, nothing good happens immediately, and sometimes it doesn't happen at all, but you always have to try. There were probably so many people back in the 1960s who thought the civil rights movement was a waste of time. MLK, you're only polarizing people against you. The white moderates don't like the fact that you're stirring up trouble. All in good time. Quit like throwing up a fuss, you know. I don't know. I just don't. Lyndon B. Johnson did not run again. Oh, I'm sorry. No. Okay. Sorry. It wasn't Lyndon B. Johnson lost re-election. It was Nixon won in large part off criticism of LBJ's handling because he used that against the Democrats, and also he and Kissinger committed treason by prolonging the war to keep LBJ from ending it early. Yeah. I think I got that. Where's the graph? I'm looking for Cassie again. Cassie, you need to stop posting so much. You need to only post the things that I remember you posting. Why can't I find it? God, I'm bad at this. I'm trying to find the polling on Democrats' opinions on Israel. Look at this. The shift, just 12, shut up. Just 12% of Dem voters sympathize more with Israelis than Palestinians. U.S. voters were asked whether their sympathies lie with the Palestinians or the Israelis. 37% said the Israelis, 32% said the Palestinians, 31% did not offer an opinion. Among Republicans, Israel remains popular. Among Democratic voters, Israel's reputation is in shambles. Just 12% of them sympathize more with Israelis. 60% sympathize more with Palestinians. Dude, it's crazy. This is unparalleled. In less than 2 years, a seismic shift. So when Contra says that there's been no consequence of the left making this an issue worth planting your feet on the ground for, I disagree. I think your criticism should lie with the Democrats for continuing to do a very unpopular support, for continuing to support Israel when it's really unpopular with their base. Like, at what point does the blame shift from the left? Like, the left has very successfully made this a generational issue. So at what point do you turn to the Democratic establishment and you say, well, it's now on you for not acquiescing? And if your answer to that is, well, it's never on the Democratic establishment because they were never going to acquiesce, then why believe in politics? Why then never advocate for anything because the system will never change? Then why talk about politics at all? Why not just like roll around in the mud like pigs? Like at that point, is it me or does this reek of privilege? This reeks of privilege largely, I think, because it's very me focused. It's very like solipsistic. It's very narcissistic. I'm armchair psychologizing, but this is very much like me. You know, I don't know. If people are upset you haven't made a statement on Palestine, all you really have to do is say, I don't really want to cover that topic. It's heavy and you should all know what I believe. But to be clear, fuck genocide and fuck Israel. Like, that's not difficult. It shouldn't be controversial to say fuck the country doing a genocide. I don't know why. Like, I just don't think it's that controversial. I don't think you would embolden anti-Semitism in your audience by saying so. And then people would probably be satisfied. I don't think the audience was demanding that she make a 2-hour video on Netanyahu where she pours milk on him. I think that's a straw man. You know what I mean? Like, if there was so people want me to cover tons of issues, right? I get emails every day, and I often don't because there's just a limit to what I can cover, and I want to talk about stuff I am interested in talking about, you know? Like, I have to, at the end of the day, I have to center it around, like, what I think I can give a good, you know, what I can talk about, what's in my ballpark. But if somebody was curious, like, man, why haven't you talked about X? Usually my response to that is like, oh, well, to be clear, that's how I think, but I just want to focus on other stuff. Nobody forced her to make this post. Chapter 4, Bitterness. Much of the online left spent all of 2024 single-mindedly focusing on Palestine and the complicity of Democratic politicians in sending aid to Israel. Yeah, providing weapons to people committing a genocide's pretty bad. This campaign had the following effects. 0 Palestinian lives were saved. Not one fewer bomb or bullet was fired by the IDF. Okay, well, at least we know for sure then she wouldn't support protesting against LBJ's handling of the Vietnam War. Don't criticize LBJ for his handling of the war. You'll just throw the election to Nixon. You're making the Democrats look bad. It's actually 1 for 1, basically. Yeah. Okay. It may have slightly contributed to the re-election of Trump, guaranteeing the U.S. will put no diplomatic pressure on Netanyahu for at least 4 years. Yeah, Biden was doing such a good job of that. Yeah, no, I just don't buy that anymore. I don't think that Trump or Biden are any better on it. They're both totally indifferent. Well, the difference is Biden seems to actively want the Zionist project to continue, and Trump merely acquiesces to it whenever somebody in power close to him jabs him with a fork and reminds him, like, hey, we're supposed to be doing this. But otherwise, he'll just gravitate towards, like, the shiniest country, which is usually Saudi Arabia. This attitude means she will only ever support things in hindsight. Yeah, well, that's why people say, like, liberals are the people who support every civil rights cause except for the current one and oppose every single war except for the current one. I mean, it's a bit simplistic, but it's kind of fucking true. I mean, in this case, now she says she denounces the genocide, but the whole post here is essentially just saying nothing matters, it doesn't matter anyway, and criticizing the left. So I don't really know, like, if a person said that they disavow the Holocaust, but then goes on to, like, talk about the many ills and strategic failures of people who also don't like the Holocaust, I think I would be quite confused about the intentions of the document, apart from a performative disavowal of any responsibility for continuing to discuss the subject. Essay posting. I feel like you're missing some genuine points where organizing for Palestine could have been done strategically better. Yeah, no shit, but the same could be said of literally all protests and all things ever. That doesn't excuse this post. There are things said in this post that are pretty impossible to forgive, I guess. Like, like they're not like contextually explainable. You know what I mean? The what is it? As always, the left chose a losing cause. That one's pretty damn bad. And may have slightly contributed to the re-election of Trump, guaranteeing the U.S. will no longer put diplomatic pressure on Netanyahu for at least 4 years, and making protests against Israel both much riskier and less effective. Trump is also, incidentally, a menace to me and basically everyone I care about. A perfect, enlightened being would feel no bitterness about this, but I do. Okay, so you feel bitterness that pro-Palestinian protesters caused Trump to win the election. Okay, so the bitterness here is... Okay, gotcha. Bit selfish. When will Democrats be held responsible for losing elections? Not in this document, I can tell you that much. Do you, like, I don't know, man. Maybe the Democrats shouldn't have done the thing? Maybe Biden shouldn't have spent, like, his final year in office endlessly capitulating to Israel and to the right, by the way. He was in agreement with the right on cracking down on the campus protests. Like, it went so far, and the degree to which the State Department lied to protect Israel, the fact that they were hiding internal reports, the fact that the State Department spokespeople were lying during their daily briefings to the point where it was like ludicrous. It was absurd. I mean, that part is understandable, low-key. The abandoned Harris stuff was lame. Nah, I'm not buying this shit, dog. Democrats lost that election. It was their election to lose. Okay? Trump ran a pretty terrible campaign. The Democrats were awful. They backed an unpopular genocide. They could have... Dude, do you have any idea how different the world would be if Biden wasn't a Zionist? If he had, from day one, been like, Netanyahu, October 7th was terrible. We are not supporting you if you invade Gaza. Flat out. Like, there are a lot of ways this can be handled. First thing, hostage exchange. By the way, remember, keep in mind, Hamas offered to exchange the hostages like day one, as long as the IDF didn't invade Gaza. They said no. But Biden capitulated and enabled on every level what Netanyahu did, with essentially no pushback. All the pushback that I was assured was happening by centrist Democrats was behind the scenes, deftly maneuvering. You know, the Biden was really holding Netanyahu's feet to the fire, and then he debated Trump, and it turns out that Biden was an incoherent, you know, gibberish speaker the entire time. He wasn't holding anyone to anything. He was barely aware of what was going on. Of course, it's 100% the Dems' fault, no doubt, but they didn't help. Come on. If you say it's 100% the Dems' fault, that means it's nobody else's fault. Sorry, maybe the Dems shouldn't have supported a genocide and ran a terrible campaign and ran a candidate who was so old that he couldn't speak properly, and then ran another follow-up candidate in the last few months that made a point of not breaking with Biden on any issue, no matter what. And maybe Biden shouldn't have had staffers that were protecting his reputation from the public and keeping him from actually doing his work because they didn't want to show how incompetent he was. And maybe blah, 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 blah. Oh my God, dude. The Dems put us where we are. We knew the Republicans were evil, okay? At some point, you have to blame the Dems. And sure, blame the Republicans, too, for being evil. I do. I'm not one of those, like, lefty types that refuses to criticize Republicans. The majority of criticisms I offer are of Republicans. But right now, the best chance we have at moving in a new direction for this country is Mamdani. Mamdani, to a lesser extent Bernie and AOC, we need something different from the establishment, from the norm. And Democrats are the ones fighting like hell to keep that from happening. Why is it bad for Jews to have a state but not for Palestinians to have a state? You don't understand. To exist as a Jewish state, that's a dog whistle for an ethno-state. If Palestine was an Arab ethno-state, that would also be bad. And I don't think that America should give hundreds of billions of dollars of weapons to an Arab ethno-state. Is that fair? Yeah, that makes sense. Nice! None of this is the fault of Palestinians, of course, who are overwhelmingly the victims here. I hope that someday American policy will shift in their favor, and I will continue to support that cause. But you're very loudly not supporting that cause, Natalie. That the whole point of this post is that you're not... the whole post is disavowing and denouncing and criticizing the efforts that have been made by the left to support American policy shifting in the favor of the Palestinian people. I don't... This is just incoherent. I don't know what she was thinking with this one. TLDR, I see the situation as bleak, intractable, extremely divisive, and devoid of any element that could be appropriately transformed into political entertainment. That's why I haven't made a video about it. Nobody forced you to make this post. There are subjects I don't want to touch on. Not many, admittedly. I talk about a lot of stuff, but you could have literally just said, the Palestine stuff depresses me, free Palestine, fuck genocide, I don't want to make a video on it, because what am I supposed to say? Am I supposed to drizzle milk over Netanyahu? No. And everyone would get it. And to any of the people who were still giving you shit after that, you could have just ignored them. You have a huge audience. She has some Twitter arguments that probably caused this. Yeah, like, ContraPoints has been posting and suffering the consequences of posting for longer than I've been doing stuff on YouTube. I'm aware of how her playbook works, you know? She puts forward a thought, it gets misinterpreted by some people, she overreacts to the misinterpretation, gets really in her head about it, gets depressive, retreats, and then sometime shortly thereafter comes out with like a gigantic response that, depending on how much thought she put into it, either gets received well, like the canceled video of hers, which is excellent, or poorly with this. And boy, have people received it poorly. Hopefully it goes without saying these are just my thoughts. I'm sure other bread tubers have different opinions. Yeah. Well, these were probably written from a dark place, but they're also pretty fucking indefensible. So, pretty much everyone's dogpiling her except for Ethan Klein, who's very keen on it. You can take whatever you want from that. I don't, Threlixate. Why can't my left be normal, man? I mean, is Contra left? Not to besmirch the videos, but, you know. Liberal, left, progressive. So much of a person's political disposition has nothing to do with what they believe and everything to do with what they do, right? Like, there are lots of ostensibly progressive people who believe in stuff like gay marriage and trans rights, who at some point in the past few years have decided that the true enemy to the rights for gay and trans people are those over-the-top trans people, you know what I mean? The ones who wear leather harnesses outside or are embarrassing online about their sexual predilections. They get it in their head, you know, this is I mean, ContraPoints has talked about this in her video on cringe, which is also a great video, about how you get very, very fixated on your, like, as a proxy for your embarrassment or self-hatred or whatever else, you get very fixated on what you believe to be the issue. And at the end of the day, no matter what your personal opinions are on gay people or trans people, if the only political content that you produce is dogging on obnoxious trans people, you're producing right-wing content. And a lot of these people end up getting sort of siphoned down the right-wing pipeline because then they get hate bombed by the left and love bombed by the right, and then inevitably their whole personality and identity is like the one good, you know, the person who used to be liberal but now realizes the real problem. People are very, very, very susceptible to being love bombed and hate bombed. Thankfully not me, or I would have turned right-wing a long time ago with how I've engaged with the left. But people are very, it's like weakness of the heart, weakness of the mind, you know? If you're susceptible, your positions will shift along with your feelings. It's sad, you know, there's a great mind locked up in there, but once you get, what if you have one too many disagreements or with people on left Twitter, or one too many people who say like, it's problematic that you haven't personally donated 1/3 of your income to a Palestinian cause. You see too much of that, you're too affected by it. And then eventually, you get stuff like this. I don't know. I don't think I've ever seen somebody come back from this, though. Can you guys think of somebody who has? Like, somebody who has done this, like, this shift, and then at some point they woke up from it, and they were like, fuck, oh my god, I just posted a big, rambling, self-absorbed essay about why the left is the thing that's wrong with the genocide in Gaza, you know? I don't think I've ever seen that happen. Not if they stay on Twitter. Same thing is why I think Pirate Software will go anti-woke. Kind of got that vibe from the video, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know. You're overreacting to what she's writing? No, I disagree. I actually think you could hold her to a much higher standard, because unlike the vast majority of people who give their political opinions online, Contra's not a fucking idiot. So there's actually a lot more intentionality behind her words. Like, oftentimes people will just say shit and they won't even know what the fuck it means, you know? So so you're like, oh, well, like, you're trying to read into a statement made by Joe Rogan. And I mean, even before he went obviously right-wing grifter. She'll probably just delete the post. She posted on Reddit. Pirates donates to loads of trans charities. Really? I didn't know that. That's nice. Yeah, pretty rough though, right? I don't care, funny rhetorician. Taylor Renz is probably going to go after me soon anyway because of all the fucking masking drama. I can't stand that shit, dude. Wait, she actually got mad about that? About masking? Taylor Lorenz? You don't think Taylor Lorenz would get upset about masking as a concept? Oh, I was going to show the original post, but they blocked me. Not Taylor Lorenz, a different person. A different person did. Don't worry about it. Consider I don't know who the fuck that is, then become more aware. Why do so many on the left have beef with you? Groupthink.
You know what? We know why we were put here. We were brought here to rebuild the military, match capabilities to the threats of today. So while our adversaries have produced millions of cheap drones, before us, we were mired in bureaucratic red tape. Not anymore. In June, President Trump issued an executive order unleashing American drone dominance.
This looks like ass. I think part of it is just that drones look inherently wimpy, but they're not even like following consistently. You just have like two little, they look like RC copters.
To bolster our drone industry and arm our warfighters, because that's what we're all about. So today I'm rescinding restrictive policies that stifle production, and this will unleash American manufacturing by Americans. We'll arm combat units with a variety of low-cost American-crafted drones, leveraging our world-leading engineers and AI experts. And officers must overcome bureaucratic risk aversion in budgeting, weaponeering, and training. So here's the memo we're signing today, delivered via drone. We're in the fight to win it. I'm never going to back down.
This is a terribly shot video. We used to laugh at those Russian VDV homoerotic music videos. You can't draw a comparison because those VDV recruitment videos were objectively better produced than anything the Trump administration has put out. Also, why is Enter Sandman playing? I don't know. Mind you, Hegseth is in the shit because he went over Trump to blockade Ukraine. Oh, no one's communicating. Nobody knows what the fuck is going on.
On Ukraine, the Ukrainians have asked the international court to go after Russia for using toxic chemicals in the fight. Germany and Germany and the Netherlands have had intelligence saying that. What does U.S. intelligence believe, and what do you believe about the use of chemical weapons? And would you agree that that's the case for the court?
Well, ask John maybe to discuss it if you'd like, John.
Well, Mr. President, obviously chemical weapons, if it's documented and its use, it's illegal. It's against all international laws of armed conflict and treaties. And obviously I can't share in this room with this audience the intelligence that I can share with you privately, but obviously you're not going to stand or allow for any violations of international law by anyone.
That's right. Thank you.
Okay. On Ukraine,
I don't. Who's the John? Wrong link. Fuck. Yeah, this is the John clip.
Yeah, please.
Sir, yesterday you said that you were not sure who ordered the munitions halted to Ukraine. Have you since been able to figure that out?
Well, I haven't thought about it because we're looking at Ukraine right now and munitions, but I have not gone into it.
What does it say that such a big decision could be made inside your government without you knowing?
I would know. If a decision was made, I will know. I'll be the first to know. In fact, most likely I'd give the order, but I haven't done that yet.
Okay, I don't know. It's a shit show. There's not even any like politicking being done here. It's just political incompetence. I don't know. I'm still sad about the Contra thing, man. I hope H-Bomb does. H-Bomb would never. He's fucking goated. He's got a radiant spirit. He wouldn't do some shit like that. Also, he's missing. I mean, yeah, these people come out with like one video every 9 months, if that. Has H-Bomb ever beefed with you? I don't think so, but like, I don't know. I don't really like the reduction of the dynamic to beefing. It's been years and years and years since I've been a drama mongerer online. I feel like for the most part, I'm pretty charitable. I just think people are often kind of shitty and let me down. I don't know. Maybe people could do better. Be a hope. Not H-Bomb, though. H-Bomb could not do better. Because he's already doing his best. Which is the best. He is a filthy contrarian with his Dark Souls 2 take. That is true. Thanks, SAD. What's his take? Watch the damn video. I'm charitable, but people disappoint me all the time. I mean, yeah, right? The online left, in my opinion, is not in a good... It feels like of the people in the online left who explicitly talk about politics, at least the people who were around in 2017, 2018, 2019, you know, it seems like for the most part, it's a graveyard. Or people have shifted, God, not to even speak of older stuff like the Young Turks. You know? No one says bread to him anymore. I mean, things move on. People move on. Obviously, there's nothing wrong with that, but I don't know. Kaguya, honestly, that's not that bad. The algorithms are also tilted against left voices. That's not really what I'm talking about. I'm not really talking about algorithmic success. I'm talking about the disposition and priorities of these people. Not that I expect to be friends with any of them, but, you know. New BreadTube, UFD signifier, Olay, etc. You just need to reconcile with a few of these folks. There's not really any reconciliation to be had. Also, I don't know who Olay is, but I don't think I have much politically in common with FD Signifier. I'm on the left. I don't really know what there'd be to talk about. I would talk, but I don't know what the hell there'd be to talk about. She did that interview with iDubbbz. I like iDubbbz. Still never watched that Content Cop. Yeah, that's probably true, funny rhetorician. You and FD should watch Get Out together. Me trying to, like, explain the themes to him. Yeah, that'd be pretty good. There you go. iDubbbz is great, but I hate literally everyone around him. I don't know who's around him. So I don't really know. I don't know who's encompassed by that. His wife? I'm sure his wife is lovely. Who here remembers Chris Ray Gun? I like Chris Ray Gun. He's always been nice. Wait, do you guys dislike Hassan? The funny thing is, Hassan gets a lot of hate because of his size and prominence, and our communities, I guess, don't like each other much. Hassan is one of the few people on the left, YouTube, whatever, Twitch, I don't care, space that I don't really have that much of an issue with, because at least he has his priorities in order for most of the... Like, it seems like he believes in a political project, and he works towards it, and he's effective at doing it, and that's more that can be said about the vast majority of people in the space, you know? You guys are pretty similar overall, to be honest. Yeah, I'm a bit taller and more handsome, but apart from that, yeah. Are you actually taller than Hassan? Yes. All right, folks. I actually have to go. Unfortunately, this time I can't go over 3. I've got some stuff to do, okay? So y'all take care, and I'll read the donos tomorrow, all right? I'll read them tomorrow! Take care, lying as always. Shut the fuck up. I've read them every day for like 5 days, okay? Do you have any idea how hard that is? You couldn't handle it. You have no idea. Y'all take care, okay? Drink water, etc. See you tomorrow.